Unbelievably goated. Was not hard. What's up, Ricky? Please don't tell me you got an OnlyFans. I don't. I don't. Why would you think that? I've been on record. What's up, Malibu County? Welcome back. I've been on record multiple times, though. I would, again, I've said it before, and I will say it again. I stand by it. If my choices were regular job or OnlyFans with streaming on the side, or streaming with OnlyFans on the side, whichever way the revenue happens to be, I would do the streaming and the OnlyFans. I would do it. Like, just lean into it. I have nothing principally against selling my body for money. Big non-fun news today, guys. Now, I don't know why I refreshed it. Now announcing Hippie Doo Recruitment will be live on Sunday, October 20th at 2 p.m. hosted by Westside Tyler with Admiral Gibbs. I know who Gibbs is. I actually DM'd Gibbs about having a conversation before this, and now we might wait until after so we don't run through everything before this discussion. Can you imagine going outside and doing a job for people in 2024? No, I can't. Exactly. This is unbelievable. I don't know what these people are. Half fake takes. I don't know. I don't know who the Turk is. The boss made it too. Just wondering because of the stream. Oh, I forgot I did make that the stream title. How would you advertise yourself? What, my OnlyFans? I would just pay. I'm a dick, dude. With the amount of Twitter porn bots that follow me, I'm assuming there's just a service out there where you, where like you just pay someone to spam bots under everything. Like, well, you can convert to Judaism for shekels. Everything has a price. I'm glad the boss made it too. Put what is your strongest point? What is your strongest point? I don't know what you're asking. What is my strongest point for what? This is what we're debating. Does the latest jobs report indicate a strong economic recovery? Obvious answer is yes. 2, is candy corn good? It's fine. Should the U.S. prioritize military spending over social spending? I have no strong opinion on this one. I would probably say, I don't know. The issue is, like, I think we should prioritize social spending. It's just that our social spending it's just spent so inefficiently. It's divided into, like, so many programs. Are you trying to make yourself look like Dean? No, why? Why? Is it because I have my hair up? It doesn't look, it's longer, so, like, when it's down now. You are Dean? Bro, I wish. It's just, like, it looks stupid when it's down. So when it gets longer, I try to, like, I put it up and I do a middle part. But I don't know. Does it look, well, I have it set. It wants to do a middle part now because I've been wearing it like that for a while. But what are most appealing feature? But what are the most appealing features as a model on OnlyFans? Oh, that's what you're asking. I don't know, because I don't think I'd be willing to do any, like, weird shit on OnlyFans. I don't. I don't know. I wouldn't do any, like, especially weird things is the thing, but I feel like that's what I would have to do to, you know, be popular. So, you know, I don't really know. What an odd question. Well, I don't know if you were here when initially. I'm the one who brought it up initially. I did title the stream Jorkin it, and by it, let's just say my peanuts. So, you know, kind of reasonable if that would come up. You do threesomes and you will be fine. I don't know, just be famous or something true. I don't know who I don't know. I don't think anyone would be willing to come on board with me for my OnlyFans venture. I don't know. Yeah, like, I don't think I'd be willing to do any gay shit. I don't think I'd be willing to do 90% of fetish shit, unless there's tame fetishes that I don't really know about. I'd be willing to post feet pics, but I don't think I'd be willing to do it like anything else with my feet. Like, I can post pictures of them, that's fine, whatever. But I don't think I would I don't think I would do much else with feet than that. And then any other fetish I know about is way too far beyond anything I would do. Exactly, Cloud. So what sells? Threesomes? Yeah, well, I ain't doing that. Bro, dude, okay, in North Carolina, they didn't ban porno, but like I think they made it so like you have to have an ID. It's like, I'm not making a fucking account, dude. Like whatever. A lot of the websites do the same thing. They all have like the same dumb video that plays. And I was like, for a while, I was like, okay, I'll just use Xvideos. Xvideos has some insane weird AI, like AI nature slop on it. And it's like, I'm not at all interested in that. So I don't like using Xvideos anymore. I just got a VPN. I can't deal with it. Just get Telegram. Yeah, I know you can just use Telegram or Reddit or even Discord as stuff, but like, I'm not really. I mean, end the sentence. Anyway. Obesity's down. I saw this in the Financial Times article. I don't think I read the whole thing, but obesity is down. Decreasing. Obviously not down as a total sense, you know. I would do collabs if it was someone if it was like with a woman that like would. I use YouTube Kids. There's no way I'm on YouTube Kids, right? Yeah, but we finally overdose deaths are down and obesity are down. We have engineered well, it's controversial why overdose deaths are down. But I think we've probably draw a PPF curve of what? We've engineered our way out of obesity and overdose deaths because we just have the whatever oops, that's not how you draw a B. The naloxone or whatever, which prevents overdose deaths, and now we have Ozempic. Thank you. Is this what is all you wanted? What? Is this what can I do this in OnlyFans? Just draw different graphs? I probably don't even remember all my micro graphs, but I'm gonna have to take micro again actually because I didn't take the I didn't take the AP exam for micro because I had to do an important stream. It was worth it though. It was worth it. You can do whatever you want. Yeah, well, I mean, would there be demand for it? You know, that's really what I was asking. But here's a piece of good news. After rising relentlessly for decades, the obesity rate in America is finally falling. John Byrne Murdoch looked at the data from the U.S. National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, very reliable data source that comes from doctors' examinations, and found that obesity has fallen since 2020. Note that there's actually a problem with this chart besides the fact that John still uses those misleading arrows at the end of the time series. The actual NHANES data is collected over 2-year period, so the data that Burns Murdoch labels as 2023 is actually data from August 2021 to 2023. This is slightly mislabeling, might lead us to make mistakes about the cause of the changing trend. So what's going on here? The obvious candidate explanation is Ozempic and other weight loss drugs whose use have soared in recent years. 13% of Americans have now used Ozempic. Goddamn. And although the drug only became a media phenomenon since late 2022, their actual prescription for diabetes, which is strongly correlated with obesity, has been rising since 2018. Damn. not getting college credit in order to stream. worth. It was worth it, bro, because I talked to... The thing I did for it was that... It was a while ago now. The, like, podcast with Sample and Isaac. So you know what? Worth it. Shout out Sample. Shout out Isaac. Honestly, I'll just go to oldest videos. 5 months ago by now. Worth. We're really good clients for everything you enjoy doing. You can start restreaming your Econ focused streams on adult web. Dude, I did that. Not with these types of streams. I did that with Pokemon. I had a I wanted to play Pokemon because I never had like a Nintendo console to play it on other than a Wii. I don't know if the Wii has any actual genuine Pokemon game. And I had like a 3DS emulator, and I was just streaming Pokemon on Chatterbait, and like I would get like I would average like 6 viewers doing this until they banned me. Bert Monarch noted another interesting tidbit was that obesity rates for non-college Americans have plateaued a few years before obesity for college-educated Americans started falling. You may have to figure that non-college Americans on average have worse medical care and lower knowledge of new drugs than college-educated Americans, so I see a possibility that obesity decline is mutual causal, that there's some kind of cultural or institutional force at work behind in addition to the miracle drugs. And in any case, I think the power of technology is clear here. I often half-jokingly call myself a technological determinist because I tend to think that human culture adapts to the possibilities supported by technology. In this case, I think the obvious story is that decades of cultural fat shaming failed to stop the relentless rise in obesity until a miracle drug came along and allowed us to treat it as a medical problem instead of a personal failing. As Scott Alexander once said, society is fixed, biology is mutable, right? Of course, the early plateau in non-college obesity leaves open the door for the possibility that culture was already moving on its own to stem the rise in obesity, so we don't know for sure. Hello, have you ever received any tips? No, not on Chatterbait. Because you need to like an ID to get a payout. I didn't have that. But yeah, no one did. I have an idea how to tackle obesity. We put lead back in field because the brain is heavy or something like that. True. Dude, it was so funny. Wall-E could never happen because they didn't consider that like our medical technology would just get advanced too, and like we're just gonna like solve obesity as well. Like maybe no one is walking anywhere anymore because we have our fucking floating chair shit, but like we also just have Ozempic, man. The red state boom. Biden uses the return of a desperate policy. The hand of the state is once more reaching down to guide the direction of national development. So it might be surprising that the lion's share investment and jobs created during this era are going to states that voted against Biden. Joey, I don't know how to pronounce this dude's last name. I don't know, but I've seen his work. He writes a good blog. Has a good breakdown where the investment movement is happening with lots of good maps and charts. It's because fucking blue states don't let people build. They don't let people build. It's too hard to build. Meanwhile, at Economic Innovation Groups, August Benzo and Connor O'Brien have a good breakdown of where manufacturing jobs are growing in America. Again, it's mostly concentrated in red states, especially the Southwest, Southeast rather, Texas, and the interior West. Wild. One typical story you hear about is the Biden administration directing investment towards red and purple states in order to win enduring bipartisan popularity for industrial policy. I think this is part of the explanation, and it might even work, but in fact, I think the more important story here is that red states just tend to be places that allow companies to build stuff. That's crazy. Well, blue states and blue cities have a bunch of rules that prevent construction. It's so unfortunate. It's so unfortunate. We're falling behind because of the NIMBYs. Flood of new housing implies holding down rents in America, even as demand for housing increases. Is this new tenant rent index or apartments rent? Real pages year-over-year change. I don't know what source this is. All right, well. Oh, this chart is horrible. It's horrible. Horrible. Oh, this is what makes me want to fucking favor military spending, dude. Ugh. A million different programs, all of our welfare is split into 20 different programs, all of which are means tested. So your income just remains flat. The U.S. has a stronger welfare state than most people realize, but it's also heavily means tested. If you make more money, you lose your benefits. This can be very frustrating for poor people, since it means that they can't seem to get ahead no matter how hard they try. For example, this study mentioned earlier models a situation of a single parent living in Washington, D.C. with a single 3-year-old. They find that once a person hits $13,000 in earned income, they can't get any more net resources, as defined as total income, minus a set of basic life expenses, until they earn more than $61,000. Oh, so bad. Just give them money. Just give them money. Give them money. Dude, how much would a UB at? What's the... I have a higher quality thing of this. We're giving them like $70,000 in benefits, like down here. But what? How much is it? How much would a $60,000 a year UBI be in monthly payments? Like $5,000 a month, right? Oh my God, just give them. Oh my God, unironically, just give them money. We can give them so much money, dude. It's kind of insane and dystopian. Imagine making $13,000 a year as a part-time checkout clerk, and then busting your butt for years to make it into the middle class as a medical worker making $61,000, and imagine having an actual take-home pay that's exactly, or take-home income that's exactly the same as when you started with, because you make more, and the government takes away your benefits. With incentives like that, why even try in life? The obvious solution is to make benefits phase out more slowly so that the implicit tax rate is lower. There are various ways to do this: less means testing, more incidental benefits, and so on. But they all cost a lot of money, and they can make the tax system look less progressive on paper. So, kill yourself. So this is a very tough problem. At the very least, government should eliminate the benefit cliffs, where benefits disappear abruptly at some income threshold. Cut defense budget by 85%. Damn. What's up, localist? Is today Friday? I honestly don't know. It's Sunday, right? It's Sunday, yeah. God, it's so horrible. Give them money. Give them money. Let there be free money. Free money. Free money is so much better than this. So much better. Even if you don't like free money, it's a principle. Come on. It's so much better. As long as you phase out taxes more slowly. Because, in theory, you could give everyone a $3,000 a month UBI and then just tax the benefits away and still keep the flat rate or whatever. But yeah, so worth it, dude. I remember getting a text from my econ teacher today. And it was like, are you coming to do the test? And I was like, nope. Michigan has drug test conditions for benefits. Yeah, a lot of places. I don't know how many federal programs do that. Yeah, but yeah, some of them are. Honestly, like the drug testing for some benefits might make sense. Probably not for like housing benefits or something. You buy disincentivizes wage labor. Even if I fully 100% grant that it's going to disincentivize it so much, you realize UBI is going to disincentivize it less than what I just showed you, right? Realize UBI is not going to have the same phase in out issue where the actual net value of your benefits. Legalized acid, welcome back. Orton's Legacy 18. Another based acid poster. Based acid chat is what I meant, not post. We realize UBI is not going to have the same issue, even if I fully, which the data doesn't I understand you don't like any data or any study. There's nothing I could ever show you to change your mind on that. So like literally there's no point in even engaging with you because you're just dumb. UBI is not going to have this issue. Even if you don't like UBI, it's not going to be this bad. It's just not. unless you have an absurdly bad tax system. You'd have to have like genuinely evil. This random data says common sense is false. Oh, so true, dude. Anyway, you're not responding to the actual point. I granted you that. Like, my message is that things have to change and they have to change right now. I granted you that. My point was just a UBI is not going to have the same welfare cliff issue. Or this isn't really, well, it's cliffs here, but there's a big cliff there. Goddamn. You take on federal government giving public lands to states. I mean, there are good and bad reasons to do it. I haven't read anything about it. Like, I could imagine a case where it's good. I could imagine a case where it's bad. I don't really I don't think most federal land is that useful. And I also don't, we allow private companies to lease it. I feel like I've read before. I feel like I've read before it's sold. There's an issue where we sell federal land in like blocks, right? And companies want to be able to use that land. Or at least like have that land. And what they can do is they can buy like a checkerboard pattern of land. That way they ensure you can't actually get onto any piece of public land without going through their land. So they can effectively control all the public land there with their checkerboard pattern. I don't know. I don't know what I would look up to. Federal land checkerboard pattern. States would sell public land and drill in national monuments. Yeah, this. Locked out of public land. So I don't even all these empty squares here are public land, but they're totally useless because you can't actually get to them unless you go through the private land. So it's just useless. Federal government owns more than 600 million acres of land across the country, but a staggering 92% of federal lands across the West. Federal land becomes part of a checkerboard pattern with state and private lands in the late 1800s when the government awarded land parcels to railroads to build out railroads on every other section along the railroad corridor. The grants were designed to incent the public companies to build aggressively, and they did. So did the confusion when other sectors were awarded to state and private interest. In many cases, these land awards left federal sections surrounded without any public access points. These landlocked public lands created a huge checkerboard. 4 million public acres in the Rocky Mountains lack adequate public access, meaning they can't be reached by the likes of hikers, campers, and fishermen. Yeah. And then I don't know, if I look up federal land corner crossing or something, I think legally, even though in theory you can maybe travel across the diagonals here, I don't think they let you do that. Quarter crossing, an act of walking from one piece of public land to another across the corner shared by private land. It's a legal gray area in the West for much of federal land. District Court of Wyoming ruled that the corner crossing is legal in a 40-mile swath of southern Wyoming. However, the legality of quarter crossing remains unclear in other parts of the West. UBI is bad? Why? Well, no, I know why. You're... I don't know. I can't take you seriously, dude. You're opposed to it for like dumb. You just don't. You don't think it's constitutional. B, you don't. You're not gonna believe any study I send you ever. So that, like, there's nothing I could ever do to change your mind. 3, you don't think we should be doing anything about economics in the national level at all. You think it's a meaningless statement to say something like the job market is better now than it was in 2008. You think it's a meaningless statement to say the job market is better now than it was in 1930. You think all these things are meaningless statements. Studies data prove that UBI is bad. They just don't. Most of them prove it barely disincentivizes work. If at all, the people it does disincentivize work with are people who probably shouldn't be working. For example, students and mothers. That's basically like all what the data says. People don't work, right? Those are people that are probably actually going to be more productive in the long run if they aren't working. Instead of UBI, maybe not take so much in taxes at the federal level. Well, in theory, if UBI the problem is a lot of our welfare money is spent inefficiently. If we don't have to do means testing for all these programs, if we don't have all our welfare benefits split into 20 quadrillion different programs, and we just have a UBI, in theory, there's probably some savings to be made there, administrative savings that could be made there. Like we have all this. All these reasons to just switch our benefits over to more UBI. Like, I don't know. Like, we have so many. The problem is you're going to reject like all empirical evidence. Like, and again, like I'm measuring. Like, I'm not going to. Obviously, like a UBI is going to, on some level, disincentivize work. Like, oh, well, it's ceteris paribus, right? But like relative to our current system, no. Our current system disincentivizes way more work than the UBI, as with what I just showed you. That's my actual point here. Like, there are some studies that find reduction in working hours. Now, like I said before, almost all of those reduction in working hours are concentrated amongst young mothers and students, people who arguably should not be working anyway. We probably don't want them working. Students are probably going to be more productive in the long run if they can afford to go to college and focus on their studies. Yeah. And young mothers, that's going to... their child's life is probably going to be better. That's the argument there, is that ideally there's going to be less child poverty, and they're going to be more productive in the long run. And also, UBI enables some people to go to work. Like, there are people who can't afford to work because their childcare is so expensive. If you give them enough money to afford childcare, well, maybe that enables them to work. Anyway. Also, what's this? Like, clearly, like, we could, Localist is going to be opposed to both of these, so it's kind of a useless question to ask him. But Localist, which system do you think is better? A means-tested transfer of $1,000 a month to those with zero income, phased out by 20 cents for each dollar of income recipients earn, and financed by a progressive income tax of 20% on all income above $60,000. Or, UBI's white supremacy true, or a universal basic income benefit of $1,000 $1,000 a month to everyone, financed by 20% flat tax on all income. Which one of these do you think is better? It's a useless question because he's probably opposed to both of them. Oh, and he's not going to be, he might not, I mean, generally I do this test with more progressive people, and he's probably going to look at flat tax and just like that because he probably likes flat taxes, I would imagine. But a lot of value for teens, less college kids, etc. to work. The biggest benefit is even the money. It's a soft skills like in showing up in time, uniform, shirt tucked in, ready to work. Well, I mean, I'm talking about college students. I would hope that these college students already have most of those skills, but I'm pretty sure God damn, I don't know if I wrote down this data. I'm pretty sure like literally one of the largest reasons people drop out is time and money. Reasons for students dropping out of college. Financial issues. The number one students have thought about leaving school is due to financial challenges, followed by motivation or life challenges, both of which should probably be addressed by UBI. But I want the taxes distributed, not subsidized by the rich. I think the benefit is still there. When Trump says, oh my God, too many messages. When Trump says that he will make it first priority to drill, they drill, he's referring to drilling public lands given to them by states and privatized. Why would you assume that mandatory minimum wage increases mean that very low / no skilled jobs dry up? You know it's preferable to minimum wage. UBI, baby. Doesn't, it ensures that it creates the same like protection against poverty. But guess what? You're not having the same unemployment benefits. You know what? I don't really like minimum wage that much. I think we shouldn't have a minimum wage. You know what we should do? UBI, baby. That's how you solve that issue. Because business or negative income tax, but because businesses can afford to pay more than the value it gets. That's not how business works. You're correct. One, I will point out the elasticity for labor is probably not that high. Like most studies show very minimal effects on employment and very minimal effects on hours worked. My bigger concern is with the long run effects, because you're probably disincentivizing business expansion, with the minimum wage. Like the demand for everything is more elastic over the long run, right? So as time goes on, they're going to get more and more negative effects. Although at the same time, the negative, the benefits in minimum wage will be eaten up by inflation. So, but yeah, that's the, we wouldn't need a minimum wage if we just had UBI. That's the epic position there. But yeah, basically, even Sam Altman's study, which people were rabid about. Where's the notes they took on the Sam Altman one? I think it was either all or almost all of the concentration in hours in less hours worked was with young mothers and with students. Here I like the way. See, this is a human psychology trick, because humans have loss aversion. They're more concerned with losing something they already have. Did they figure out what a woman is? Not yet. People are more concerned about losing something they already have than gaining that equivalent thing, right? if we had done an experiment in a country with UBI and tested getting rid of it, and the results were that employment didn't change for those without kids and those over 30, but employment did increase by 17 days a year for those with kids and those under 30, resulting in parents spending less time with their kids and young adults becoming less educated and skilled, and fewer women and black individuals becoming entrepreneurs, and men increasing their abuse of women, alcohol, painkillers. Oh, this is another thing. Yeah, I forgot about that. There's been like observed decreases in domestic violence with UBI trial programs because it enables women who otherwise wouldn't be able to leave and be independent. Would we consider that a success? That's how you do the loss aversion trick. Yeah, but this was Sam Altman's study. Basic income recipients were more likely to secure full-time employment than to remain unemployed compared to the control group. They also enrolled more kids in more extracurriculars and were more likely to leave domestically abusive situations. Not success. Are you saying it wouldn't be a success if we had gotten rid of it, or are you saying alcohol sales down, GDP lower? True. The way you phrased it when he said not success to this, he's asking, would it be a success if we got rid of it and saw these effects? So you saying it wouldn't have been a success is the pro UBI argument, but all right. Less wife beating, hospital profits go down, GDP lower. I'm pretty sure the long term effect. I mean, alcohol is like a negative externality, right? That's why we tax it. That's why, like in North Carolina, you can only buy it. Like the state has a monopoly on liquor in North Carolina. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the long-term effects of alcohol abuse are probably actually negative on GDP. But you know what? I've never said GDP is the only thing we should maximize for. It's just you kind of make that position up out of me, but I don't know why it's capital. Economic activity maxing. I mean, like, economic activity is good. Like, and generally, it's good. Like, there are cases we could imagine where it's like, okay, like, here's a, like, you're not entirely wrong. Like, we could imagine, like, which case is better for society, right? A neighbor mowing the grandma's lawn next to him for free, or a neighbor charging to do that. It's probably better to do it for free, right? Like, it, there's a sense of community there. It's neighborly, right? That's probably better, but that's not included in GDP. But then if they charge for it, that is included in GDP. Like, there's an argument to be made there. Like, but it's just like in general, GDP is probably going to correlate better. Like with these things that you want to maximize anyway, like we can do. You know what? We're not gonna watch all this. 3 walks. UBI. $3,000 a month.
Self in.
All right.
I wonder. Those are all the sort of benefits, both theoretical and not theoretical. And then I think when we talk about some of these common arguments, we can reference some studies and like what we kind of tend to see in the literature as well. So common arguments against a UBI. Now, there's not a lot of literature, obviously, on this particular issue, inflation, because obviously countries haven't implemented sort of true wonky UBI yet. But when you think about this as a problem, does UBI cause inflation? I mean, basically, you give everyone $1,000 and everything's just $1,000 a month more expensive. Like, what do we think?
Yeah, I think this just comes from a fundamental misunderstanding either of UBI proposals or how inflation works. So I think some people assume that we're going to print all of the money to fund the UBI and then send everybody checks, okay, that would cause inflation, but that'd be a pretty insane proposal. Nobody's proposing that, at least the vast majority of people are not. And so if you tax that money, you take money from $1,000, enough money from richer people disproportionately to fund this program, then the amount of dollars going around is not changing. It's just who has them. And so we wouldn't expect a huge amount of inflation. And if you think that that would cause sense of inflation, we think pretty much every government program will. Like universal health care, the government tax finances healthcare, I mean, that would cause inflation as well.
Exactly.
So it's just not it doesn't seem to be empirically true. And also just there's not really a good theoretical case for why that would be true.
Well, and just to speak to the empirics a little bit, there's some ways in which a UBI is similar to minimum wage.
Okay, wild. I'll let him finish.
But minimum wages empirically have very small inflation impacts. It's something
monetary theory
like
of inflation.
Increase
You don't even believe in monetary theory of inflation. It's a crazy thing. You believe in the fiscal theory of inflation. It's that from every conversation I've had with you, you're always doing the Elon Musk government spending inflation, government spending. You don't even believe in the quantitative theory of inflation. You don't even believe in it. It's crazy. You just can't even see it.
Minimum wage leads to I want to say it's like a 0.1% increase in inflation for the goods affected. It's just a very small amount. And the reason is pretty simple. You're taking money from business incomes and you're transferring it to worker incomes, and that is then goes back into consumption. And so there is some degree to which a UBI would distribute income from high-income people who might have lower propensity to spend to lower-income people who have higher propensity. So there might be a small inflation impact, basically because people spend more of their incomes at low income. They save less. But that also might be a good outlook. If the only problem is you're increasing consumption, there might be a temporary income because you've temporarily increased consumption more than what it was before, but then eventually production will catch up and then you won't have inflation.
Well, also monetary policy can offset that. And what if you fund it with a consumption tax? At that point, you're just redistributing consumption from rich people
to base. I love consumption tax.
But also
Finance
there's
UBI.
To a large degree, inflation is set by expectations, right? And so I would agree, there's probably some truly transitory inflation that you'd see because, like Micah's saying, or like SDL saying, you're likely, if you're gonna fund it, right, you're gonna have some mix of broad-based taxes and taxes on higher income, disproportionately taxed on higher income people, where you're transferring dollars from higher income people to lower income people. Now everyone gets a UBI, but again, wealthy people are just gonna save that, right? Middle income people might increase their savings and mix it with consumption. Lower income people are probably just gonna spend it all, right? Because they have the room to save, even in a world with a decently generous UBI. And so there's probably gonna be some amount of upward pressure on prices. But again, we have to think about the trade-offs, right? Even if we say, for the first year or two of UBI, inflation is 3-4% instead of 2%. It's yeah, but we've basically eliminated a huge fucking chunk of poverty.
Also, localist, you haven't made the inflation criticism, but you don't get to comment on it. You don't get an opinion on it. You don't get an opinion on it because you don't think inflation is meaningful or real at all. Okay,
right.
Just to be clear, this is how William Lane Craig does the intellectual price tag of atheism, when he talks about whenever William Lane Craig talks about atheism and the principle of sufficient reason. This is the intellectual price tag of local agrarianism, okay? You don't get to take a position on any federal economic policy because you're totally against any economic federal policy at all. You don't think, again, if you don't think it's a meaningful statement, or not just a meaningful statement, if you don't think the statement, the job market is better now than it was in 1930, if you don't think if that statement has any truth value at all, you don't get to comment on this at all. That's the price tag of your position. You don't get to comment on it. You don't, because you're living a different reality. Inflation and tax. Taxes can be good though. What's more impactful? Lower your wealth, resources, income. Whether expands monetary supply is dependent on how it's implemented. What are you talking about? It is inflationary. You don't get to comment on it. You don't get to comment on it, localist. You don't think it's meaningful. You don't think anything is meaningful. You don't think it's meaningful to say that inflation is higher today than it was, or lower today than it was in 2022. You don't think any of this is meaningful at all. So you don't get to comment on it because you don't believe in it. You don't believe in it. Job market is better in some aspects and worse in... Oh my God. So I didn't consider that one. The job market, might be better in some ways today than in 1930, but I'm sure it's worse in some other ways.
People's productivity. We've basically just improved the lives of every American substantially for a couple of years of slightly higher inflation than we expect. It just seems like utilitarian calculus would err on just giving the UBI, even if that was the case. But here's what I will say. The last thing is, inflation fearmongers, they never say, there's going to be 4% inflation instead of 2%. They'll say, oh my goodness, you give everyone a UBI and we're going to have hyperinflation. That's dumb as fuck. Don't be dumb as fuck, guys.
So actually, I really don't think there'd be really any inflation response. I guess it depends on our proposal, but we have so much welfare spending as it exists. A lot of it wouldn't make sense to stack. There's no reason to have an EITC and food stamps and have a UBI, right? There's no reason to stack these things on top. So what you're doing is you're basically swapping most of these current welfare programs, not all of them, of course, for a negative income tax, and then you're making it universal by limiting the means testing and raising normal taxes, because means testing is its own little form of tax. So really, even the distribution of income is not going to change tremendously.
I don't know. Well, when you say 50% of current jobs, that could be true, But is the implication that we're not going to have that all of those jobs we're not going to have? There's not going to be any other jobs created in other sectors. Is that the implication you're trying to make there?
So I don't think it'd be a huge deal. Now, here's something that should be said. Here's the steel man of the argument. There's a brilliant argument they can make, which is that the sectoral distribution of demand changes, right? So whenever poor people have more incomes, maybe the total demand in the housing sector may go up. And so in certain sectors, they're not perfectly elastic, which means you could see a permanent level increase in the price level. So like housing supply is very constrained. And so if we see more demand shift to this housing sector, you could see long-term impacts on the price level. But as economists...
What's up, Caleb? People aren't very into the economics. Talk about it. It's a nice one, dude.
It's just in no way large enough to make the program a bad idea.
Consumption tax is killing income of poor middle class. If you tax basic products, I mean, like, you can do progressive consumption taxes, though, right? That's the argument.
Can be solved.
Like, they're just more economically efficient in general. Like, I have no issue with doing. I mean, like, we should obviously do. If we do a consumption tax, we should do a progressive one. I don't have any issue saying that, but like, the alternative to a consumption tax is a tax on savings. If you tax savings, you're also taxing the savings of poor people as well. Inflation would destroy anything like that. Current progressive earned income tax brackets are a perfect example of what? Oh, but on the flip side, 150K gross income salaries, now it's 100K 10 years ago, roughly. Yeah, but average wages almost increased, right? Substantially more jobs will be destroyed than created, unfortunately. I don't completely disagree with that. I don't know if that will happen in 20 to 30 years, but that's an argument for UBI.
Through other mechanisms so that those areas become elastic as well.
I might just, on the housing note, I might draw an analogy with what we talked about with immigration in our previous one. In some sense, giving poor people more money is the same as like getting more immigrants, because you're increasing demand for housing. Everyone needs housing. Everyone wants like slightly bigger housing. So if you give more money to poorer people, we will buy more housing. However, I think it's worth noting that that depends on how the sector is structured. If the sector is structured to build more housing per year based on expectation of more demand per year, it's not immediately clear that will lead to higher inflation so long as production is able to keep up. Like inflation fundamentally, in my view, is a disjunct between amount of goods produced and amount of dollars that are trying to pursue it. So if the amount of goods produced goes up, it's just not a concern. So that's why Economist was talking about stuff to me like transitory inflation. You might see some sectors like housing go up quite a bit, but then it'll drop back down as production increases.
And you'd also see sectoral deflation because some sectors will have less demand. So the yacht
industry you're gonna have cheap yachts for everyone.
That's true. There are inferior goods.
One last point I want to add on incomes and inflation. It's worth noting that when people get UBIs, they spend the vast majority of it on needs and human capital type stuff. So there's a lot of evidence people get back into education or training programs. So it's worth noting that a more productive economy is also a higher income economy. So
and that brings us really, we can transition to one of our next common arguments against UBI. This idea, it's almost more of a philosophical argument because it's just so empirically demonstrably false that this happens. But the question, Micah, starting with you, what if people just waste the money? What if poor people can't be trusted with cash?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I wonder if any researcher has asked it. Oh my God, wait, this is the most tested idea ever, right? We tested the CTI, we tested the CTC, we've looked at the Alaska Permanent Fund. Iran actually has a UBI. Shout out to the one Iran W. We've had more basic income pilots in the present.
Really?
Yes.
Holy
yes,
shit.
It's the only country that has
it's sort of like Russia having a sovereign wealth fund. You're like, all right, good for you.
Maybe the tankies are right. Maybe Iran is socialist.
It's not a big one, but it does.
So we've done a tremendous number of pilots in the United States, around the world, and in the past, back when this was in vogue, when Milton Friedman and Richard Nixon were talking about it.
David Shapiro, no.
All the time, all over the world, people spend their money on normal things. Like not everybody's like, oh my God, I have money now. I'm not going to buy. I'm not going to pay for my rent. I'm not going to pay for my clothes. I'm not going to pay for food. I don't need any of that. I'm going to go do cocaine. What we see is that like poor people are normal. They're normal. The vast majority of them are normal. And there's other studies that confirm this. There's studies of traditional welfare programs which show that drug testing, they barely find any people that are on drugs when they drug test welfare programs. And trust me, it's not that the design of these drug tests are bad. Like there's random audit designs, there's tons of different designs. They find in many cases that people on welfare have a lower drug uptake than regular members of the population. You want to drug test somebody? Why don't we go drug test the billionaires? Okay, guys?
True.
In fairness, that might have something to do with, you know how you talk about how there's all those
drug test Elon Musk before giving him
for the type of person who's very
more SpaceX contracts.
Get onto welfare in the first place. So just for what it's worth.
I think it's fair. Oh yeah, go on, Micah.
There's one thing I'd say. So we're going to get into this when it comes to the proposals, but there is a certain segment of the population which is addicted to drugs, and it's disproportionately homeless people that have really severe mental conditions. I think you can make a case that.
I have no clue who this guy is. I don't really. Reduce aggregate demand. Wow, we should give people UBI. That'll stabilize effective demand.
For those people, you will swap out UBI eligibility for some wraparound services, maybe because they don't have the mental ability at that point in time to properly allocate the resources. And so you could have a carve out for that small percentage of the population, but people need to understand that the vast majority of people that would benefit from this program would be people in which there's no empirical evidence that is a real concern.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was going to add as well, is that of course we have to concede that there's obviously going to be some percentage of people who are irresponsible, right? I mean, just like there's some percentage of people who shouldn't have kids, right? They treat their kids like shit, they abuse their kids, but we wouldn't make a case generally against like people having children, right? And so similarly, it's just how do you solve for the potential downside risk of a program like UBI, where some people might waste it. Well, to some degree, you might argue, well, you don't have to solve for it, right? Just let people do what they want and generally expect people to be responsible. That's what pretty much every study that looks at cash transfers does. I mean, cash benefits is not a new thing. Universal cash benefits, to a large degree, would be a new thing, right? And so we understand the effects. Yeah, well, but that's not universal, to be fair, right? And so,
well, there's supplementary security income, so it's almost like even people that aren't on it.
well, you get what I'm saying. Like the point is
the minimum benefit too. So yeah.
Yeah, and that's another good point. Like even Social Security, again, these are like quasi UBIs, but they're not fully universal. But Social Security is a great example. Like people just don't tend to take cash from the government and just completely waste it. And honestly, the people who would probably quote unquote waste the money would be disproportionately higher income people that get it, where they're just going to put it into savings or they're going to buy a TV with it or something. Like people who have their necessities met are probably going to spend on sort of more luxurious consumption, and that's not necessarily a bad thing either, right? But the point is, it's just really quick, SEL, it's like for some reason when a rich person buys a yacht, we don't say that's irresponsible. We don't say that's a waste of money. But I'm saying societally speaking, we don't tend to make that argument. But for some reason, if a single mother goes to McDonald's with her fucking UBI check, all of a sudden there's got to be a federal fucking case about it. I just don't think that should be a big deal. And then like Micah said, if you're so mentally incapacitated that you have to be like a ward of the fucking state, yeah, I mean you're probably like the least of your problems is probably accessing your bank account in the first place, right? So a lot of these things probably sort of inadvertently solve themselves anyway. But the main message, really quick, the main message should be just trust poor people to spend their money responsibly. That's typically what you find in basically every study that looks at what happens when you give poor people cash. SDL, what do you have to say?
I just wanted to speak to that as well, that there's a decent number of studies on giving homeless people cash, and a lot of them spend it on housing. They don't spend it on drugs. Part of the problem seems to be that a lot of people in poverty either can't afford human capital training, something like an education, degree, housing, whatever they need to make them a more productive worker, enable them to get an income proper. So for people who can work, a lot of those who are homeless will just choose to work. And a decent portion of those who are homeless do have other like very serious mental health or drug addiction issues, and those are better treated if you have financial cushion. There's a lot. Go ahead.
So I think the verdict is, to the extent that it's a problem, and it is a very over-exaggerated problem, there's just ways you can modify the program around it. I did read a study at one point in time that when you give cash benefits to drug addicts, the overdose rate increases a lot. And it's like, well, yeah, obviously, probably, right? Like
Crazy.
people have demonstrated that a lot of these people are homeless because they spent all their money on drugs. But it's a very small percentage of the population. And like, if we have a policy probably like Portugal, I imagine we all agree on this, where we say, we're not going to arrest you for being a drug addict. We're going to help you. Right? And you say, well, and part of that's helping you. We're going to pay for your rent. We're going to pay for your benefits, but you're not going to get your UBI. I think that's not going to scare people away from it.
Yeah, and like part of this argument is a misunderstanding of the composition.
Okay. Have you been sufficiently? I mean, it's more than this, but I don't want to just leech off of them anymore. No one's bringing up what happened to a bunch of first-round casinos and reservations where they handed out profit sharings on the whole res. I mean, I don't know about them. Like, almost every empirical. I actually don't know. I don't know. They're not brought up in the basic income studies I read, at least. I don't think they are, at least. I don't know if you can link something. Then like, okay, what happened? It's just like almost all of the empirical evidence shows that there is very minimal reduction in working hours. All of which are, I shouldn't say all of which, the vast majority of which are concentrated amongst my tribe does that amongst people who shouldn't be working anyway, right? Prior direct genetics, you might get a check, I think, every month. Yeah, only income tax that is 20% above necessary income. Needed to live as a single 2-bed normal apartment in Manhattan or something like that. I mean, I'm in favor of a relatively high standard, depending on what type of consumption tax you do. You could have a standard deduction for it that is fairly high. I don't know. What's the standard deduction at right now? It's like, I want to say it's 12,000, but I don't know. 30,000. Oh, projected increase. That's for filing jointly. 14,000. What on earth is this? Third Trump assassination attempt thwarted when armed men arrested outside Coachella rally, sheriff says. So he didn't even get in this time. There is apparently diminishing marginal success for the assassination attempts. The second guy didn't actually get to shoot him, and this guy didn't even get in. Caught about a mile from the rally with a phony entry pass, according to police. He was carrying a loaded shotgun. We probably stopped another assassination attempt. He just had a gun and tried to enter? Okay. Called it, what, a month? Okay, back to inflation. The Stigler Commission? I'm assuming that's Stigler, right? There should be no stamp tax when buying normal property. Since wages and union contracts were often indexed to CPI, labor leaders continue to contend that CPI underestimated inflation even after the war. Here, I should play my own music. The United Auto Workers, for example, argued that CPI should include taxes. Management countered that the index overestimated inflation because it failed to take into account high quality improvements in their products. This debate became highly politically salient, as a 1949 report noted. Quote, the widespread and increasing use of the index in union management contracts, the most recent being the General Motors United Automobiles Agreement, has made the Consumer Price Index almost a household word. Formulation adjustments, weighting, and other matters involved in the presentation have become of increasing public importance. The Stigler Commission, headed by later Nobel Prize-winning economist George Stigler, that investigated labor's complaints about the CPI, was more sympathetic with management's arguments and how some of its recommendations have led to important changes in how CPI is calculated. First, the Stigler Commission recommended further research into accounting for quality changes in price indexes. For example, at the congressional hearings about the commission's work, George Stigler explained that, quote, automobile prices were considerably overstated in their increase during the 1950s by failing to take into account horsepower, weight, length, and so forth. That is, although car prices had risen, cars had improved along a number of dimensions. Part of the rise in price should be attributed to the quality improvements and not to inflation. Consumers were paying more for the same good. Consumers were not paying more for the same good, but for a better good. What's up, Macho Flavor Drip? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? When I spotted a category in a politics zone, it was like a magnet pulling me in. I just had to jump in and join the party. Okay, fire. What is it? Because of the epic stream title? That's wrong. There's no improvement for the 1940s first-gen Power Wagon. I don't know if you're being... I don't know anything about cars, so I have no clue if you're being ironic or not. No, I just felt like discussing politics today. Okay, makes sense. I'm glad my stream title didn't help. Okay. It didn't say... I would have said 1949. Okay. Labor unions in particular. The United Auto Workers. Continue to argue. CPI. You ever wake up one day and feel like discussing a specific topic with somebody? Not really. Do you mean one specific topic? I don't know. Sometimes, I guess. But to argue that CPI underestimated inflation. And wanted it to include taxes. What's your opinion? Do you think that Donald Trump is anti-worker relative to Kamala Harris and Joe Biden? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think he would have done. I don't think he would have done things like expanding the child tax credit as much as Biden did, or giving all the subsidies to people that Biden did through the American Rescue Plan. I don't think he would have appointed Lita Khan to the FTC chair, right? Who was a big antitrust person. Like, she fundamentally changed the antitrust philosophy of the FTC, right? The NLRB, I think, has been really, really good under Biden's granted unions super strong power. Biden wouldn't even well, I forget the name of the act. Oh, goddamn! How do I forget the name of the act? What about no taxes on tips? Well, Harris is also in favor of no taxes on tips, but also no taxes on tips is just a dumb policy, lol. It's just that there are first of all, so many people who get tips basically pay no federal income tax anyway. Because, because the standard deduction is so much that tipped workers usually earn under it. If you're poor in America, you usually don't really pay that many taxes, and most tipped workers are, right? Tipping in general, we should just probably move away from tipping. We probably don't want to incentivize tipping. So that's one. This policy affects very few people, and there's just better ways to help those people. What? There's just so many better ways to help poor people than exempting tips from taxes. First of all, you're complicating the tax code even more. So there's administrative costs of this that could be avoided by other programs, other currently existing programs, or reforms that overhaul the system entirely. But no tax and tips is a good first step to getting rid of personal earned income tax. But everyone needs business education, start a business, even if it doesn't do much. Just having a business unlocks the whole. Has the U.S. tax code right now. Yeah, I know. I need to make my non-fund LLC at some point, okay? Because technically, I do make enough, right? All these points against it are not satisfactory. What? Against the no tax and tip things? There are just so many better ways to help poor people than just complicating the tax code even more to help a very small segment, and a incredibly small segment of the population, because you're only helping tipped workers that make under the standard deduction, and you're incentivizing tipping. So tipping culture is probably going to go on for even longer because now you're incentivizing tipping. And I think the way the law is written, it would only, I think the actual, it would probably only be for service workers, right? But no tax on tips in general, without including the only service workers thing, is probably even worse, because then you could create a scenario where there are more quote unquote voluntary tips for people like lawyers and doctors and other sectors of the economy. Your mechanic might not be taking voluntary tips, but they're obviously voluntary in the same way tipping your DoorDash driver is voluntary. Taxing tips is not good. Why? You seriously do? Realistically, if you get a single... I mean, I'm still a dependent, right? So I don't know how much it would benefit me, but I mean, I will at some point, but I need to, because I spend way too much. Dude, I spend $50 a month on Restream. I spend $50 a month on the stupid AI thing. It's probably not even worth it. That makes my YouTube videos easier to make. I spent money on this fancy microphone stand hey, I hate it so much. I removed the logo, but the shadow of it is still here. Spent so much money on this microphone. Spent so much money on the lights, the fancy lights. Yeah. Oh, the Joe Biden head. That was expensive. All those are business expenses. Yeah, I know. I don't know if the Joe Biden head counts because it's a political thing, but I want to ask you a question. Have you formed any of your opinions because of the experiences of others, or is that a bad way to form opinions? I mean, it's fine to form opinions from other people's experience. If you get a significant number of people telling you oh, I'm trying to think of an example. It's fine to have anecdotes informing your opinion somewhat, but you should always if you're trying to answer a statistical question, a question, I forget what's it, definition of a statistical question? Isn't it just like a question that has multiple answers? Like if I were to ask like, what's the income of people in North Carolina? That's a statistical question because there's more than one answers. You probably shouldn't be resorting to like anecdotes. It's fine to use like your personal experience to like inform your opinion generally, but why is it used in the courtroom? Like you rarely ever see that form of evidence. Just because I don't think eyewitness testimony is like that reliable. I think it's typically not. I think that's typically why they don't do it. But I don't know. There is like easy. I think it's probably easy for people to argue against eyewitness testimony because they can. I don't know if you what is it called? I don't know the legal terms. Cross-examine, is that what it is? An eyewitness. It's like I don't know. It's easy if you can like point out like one hole in their story, and then maybe you can argue like their whole testimony isn't worth it or whatever. But I disagree. Eyewitness testimony should be the number one thing to solve a case. The number one. Do you think we should? I mean, like, I'm just saying, as a matter of fact, eyewitness testimony is not reliable. Not as reliable as other forms of evidence, like video evidence or DNA evidence. Like, I'm pretty sure it's been observed in studies before that eyewitness testimony is not particularly reliable. That's why eyewitnesses have multiple different accounts of things for everything. Like, that's why they, I don't think they tend to use it as much. I don't know a ton about legal court proceedings or anything, but wait, also localist tipped workers should have no taxes? I don't, like, most tipped workers don't have taxes, at least not federal taxes. Most tipped workers, they probably have like a, well, on net, you know, they actually probably have a, well, do I believe anybody for everything then? It's just that you should just attach different weights for different things. Like, like if I have a friend who I know is living paycheck to paycheck, but I also have a Federal Reserve survey that asked 1 million people if they're living paycheck to paycheck, I should probably side like with that Federal Reserve study. It depending on like what, you know, I should probably like that Federal Reserve study is probably going to be more reliable than just like relying on my friend like living paycheck to paycheck when it comes to like making these generalizations, right? What? Oh. There's a tax foundation study. Like the bottom quintile are taxed at a negative 127% rate. The second quintile, negative 31%. Like what? I don't know how many tipped workers even make it into the third quintile, and they're only taxed at 2%. I do believe there should be some consequences for lying in the courtroom. We already have that. Like, it's a crime to do perjury. It's just hard to prosecute people on it, I think. But when it comes to witnesses, there are a lot of people who admitted that they lied in the OJ case. Well, if they admitted they lied, they should be. I don't know what the holdup would be charging them for perjury, unless the like statute of limitations has gone past. Federal labor tax is wrong. You know what? I don't even 100% disagree with you. In my ideal world, we would just have a consumption tax, but that's also an entirely different position than what you said before, but okay. And also, another thing with tax and tips, I forgot to mention this. You're benefiting, you know, people who in states that like haven't moved away from tipping relative to people in states who have moved. You're not even just helping service workers. You're helping tipped service workers, right? So in states like South Carolina, where people still rely on tips, you're helping them. But in people like California, where people don't rely on tips anymore because they moved away from that, I think California has to like their $20 minimum service wage or whatever, they don't have tips anymore. Most places don't. Or if they do, it's like truly voluntary. It's like, to be clear, you know, you can tip, but everyone here already makes a living wage. Like, you're benefiting the people in South Carolina, the service workers in South Carolina, over the service workers in California. It's just like, why would you complicate the tax code to achieve so little? Like, why? Like, what is the point? God, I'm so jealous. Isaac is seeing Queen Kamala live right now. Can't believe it. What is a good argument for taxes theft? I've yet to hear a good argument for it. There aren't any. I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, I could get 100. There aren't many good arguments for taxation as theft, but like, even if it is, like, just to some extent, like, it's whatever, like, hurting innocent people or whatever. But like that's the argument you can make for it. It's like you're clearly negatively affecting innocent people when you tax people in some way. But like, there's probably total utility to taxing, right? Like, from like, I'll bite if it is theft. Like, I'll bite the bullet. It's stealing and it's good because taxes fund so many good things and like they're necessary for a functional society. So like, I don't really care if it is a tax. Like it's stealing and it's good. Okay, great. I like the way Bad Samaritans. Where's the author? I mean, one, like, TikTok.
Taxation is theft. I bet you a lot of people on this video channel, that's what they're going to argue below the line. So what do you say to that?
People who say that taxation is theft have this view that they have created their wealth on their own. Now, this the view of taxation might be to an extent justifiable if we lived in the 16th century where everyone was a subsistence farmer, more or less. Yeah? But today, in order to create wealth, you need a whole range of public support. You know? You need the legal system, you need government investment in research and development and science, you need government investment in the infrastructure, government investment in education and worker training, and you are creating your wealth using all this. So what you have created is actually a joint production of your own entrepreneurial skill or labor or whatever you have put in there with contribution from the whole society. So saying that this is a theft actually is saying that I'm going to steal the public bits.
True.
As if it is mine.
I don't know. I bring this video up a lot. Maybe we should just... And also, like, there are clearly, like land rents clearly should be taxed, and that's like obviously not theft because no one who owns land created the land or is responsible for its value. The land predates human society, and the value of land doesn't really come from the individual using it. The value of the land itself comes from the land's location and the surrounding community, right? So like clearly not all taxation is theft. We could, like, clearly a land value tax, I would say, falls squarely within not theft. And you could say probably the same thing of excess profits on resource rents. Clearly that should fall into the same line of argument as a land value tax. People didn't make the resources. They've been there forever. The value the resource itself doesn't come from them. The value is in extracting them, obviously. But like, did you know the property taxes are the main funders of local cities like roads and stuff? Yeah. Well, I mean, for local roads, probably. I don't know. Car infrastructure is expensive. Like so many. You know how many here? Okay. There's a big issue. This is a whole side tangent. I don't want to go on this for too long. There's a big issue right now with the federal government's requirements for roads, because local communities can't afford roads sometimes, right? So they get like grants from the government, from the federal government, to build roads. And the federal government likes to have their roads up to their whatever like safety standards that they have. And it's probably started to change recently. A lot of times they require you to overbuild the roads like crazy. Like the lanes are way too wide. There are too many lanes in general. The asphalt is way too smooth. All of these things like incentivize, drivers to drive faster. The design speed of the road is way higher than the posted speed limit. And it makes the roads more dangerous for cyclists and pedestrians, which means less people walk, and it creates like a vicious cycle. That's a like big problem. Although I think recently we've changed it a little bit because we want to incentivize less car dependent cities. Yeah. I don't know if property tax is theft, then it's good. I don't know what to tell you. Utility maximizing. Listen, if theft is utility maximizing, I'll bite the bullet. It's good. It's theft, and it's good. Money printing is causing the home prices to go up, which is causing rent and property taxes to increase. I mean, I don't know if I agree with. What do you mean by money printing? I think you're like entirely wrong. Like clearly, like. Yeah, I mean, quantitative easing is going to inflate asset prices to some extent. That might include. I don't think that's going to increase the price of homes that much. And then government spending can increase the price of homes. But great job, dude. Oh, I forgot. You don't believe in any actual data, so you just always resort to anecdote, dude. That's a good one, dude. I like the price of homes is going up. That's a big issue. We should build more homes. Not directly printing money affects the value of money. It's just that we have the causes of inflation because much money loses value when you have too much. I don't know what it means by money printing. What is it? You have to define money, because I think localist thinks that just the government spending money or just the government deficit spending is money printing. He probably thinks quantitative easing is also always money printing, when quantitative easing isn't always money printing. I say money printing is a general term for expanding the money supply. I think that's misleading. Oh, look, it's a graph nerd with all his graphs. The issue is, like, we count some things as money and some things as not. What's the fuck? I forget. I need to recall. Is Colson okay here? I need to recall the MMT. I think it's that we count securities as money because those used to be convertible to gold, but we don't count reserve accounts, or it's the other way. We count reserve accounts as money, but we don't count securities as money because fuck. Zimbabwe had a similar crash in inflation. I'm aware of Zimbabwe's inflation. Mosler, QE. Which I forget.
Once years ago for a Bretton Woods conference where I had Alan Green's both dollars at the Fed.
It's effectively swapping assets on the balance sheet of the Fed. It's not actually creating new net aggregate demand.
Yeah, so if you had $1 million here in your securities and you sell it to the Fed, now you have $1 million in your reserve account. Both of them were bank deposits at the Fed.
I don't think we don't count securities as money, right?
No difference.
That's what it is.
And the only reason they call it printing money is because they don't count the securities accounts as money, but they do count the reserve accounts as money.
An accounting.
So why do they do that?
Yeah.
Because back in 1933, the reserve accounts were convertible into gold and the securities accounts were not.
So again,
but now we're not even on a gold standard anymore. Like clearly, like. Also, shut up. No. Why do I engage with you? You don't think inflation is real. You don't think inflation. It's so. I keep getting like sidetracked with you. There's no argument ever I should ever make with you because you don't. It's like arguing like what color is this dog when you don't believe dogs are real. Like what? I can't do it. I can't do it. Again, because you don't think the statement, unless you've changed your position, which I forget. I mentioned this earlier on stream, and I forget what exactly you said. It's not like you changed your position. You don't think that, think the statement, the job market is better now than it was in 1930 has any truth value. You don't think the statement inflation is lower now than it was in 1980 has any truth value. So you shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You don't get to engage with this. No, you don't get to engage. Hold on, I'm pretty sure. You did say this. You did say it with inflation too. Do you think the statement inflation is lower now than it was in 1980 has any truth value? No. Okay, so you don't get to engage this. You don't get to engage with this. Okay, because you don't think it's real at all. Okay, shut up. You can't. There's I don't it's arguing over. I don't know what it. Yeah, it'd be arguing. It's just arguing over how effective something is, but you don't believe the thing exists at all. So there's nothing. There's nothing I can do. There's nothing. I shouldn't even engage. I shouldn't engage at all. There's nothing. It's worthless. Okay, what did I dude, we've made no progress on this, man. Management counter. That's CPI. Failed to account for changes. Inflation is a concept and works on the premise that we agree to print money and its value. So in a meta way, it's not real. Who knows? True. Is this your UBI manifesto? No, this is my inflation is real manifesto. We've already... I have the... I mean, there's way more I could read on UBI. But... Why is the value of the dollar higher in red states? It's less. I mean, I would imagine the value of the dollar, it's less than the value of the dollar alone doesn't matter. A dollar can probably buy you a lot more in Indonesia because Indonesia's a poor country. That doesn't necessarily mean the quality of life is better or anything. Clearly, the value of the dollar alone is not something that you should, it's not something that you should assess, or assess on its own, but. I would imagine there's less people, there's less economic activity in general. The blue states or the blue counties account for 70% of the U.S. GDP. So Indonesia's building a new capital, I know. In fact, welfare is some form of UBI through specific requirements for eligibility. I mean I know it. It's just okay. You realize the U in UBI stands for universal, right? So you say welfare is a form of UBI, it's just conditional. That the universal part of UBI implies that the second part isn't there. So because they're low quality? I mean, that can be, I don't know what you mean by low quality, but I'm pretty sure the standard of living in blue states is generally higher than in red states. If I look at HDI U.S. states, UBI is a form of welfare. I agree with that. I feel like it's, generally, most of these are blue states where it's higher. I guess not North Dakota, but Texas is better than a lot of other red states, but that's a potential reason. It's just less economic activity in general. I don't even know. I just granted you that it's true. I actually don't even know if it's true, but No, Puerto Rico's obviously lowest, but they don't really count. They're not a state. Dude, Mississippi is lower than whatever the fuck. I don't even know what the fuck this place is. Northern Mariana Islands. Unincorporated territory in Commonwealth of the United States consisting of 14 islands. How many people live here? Oh, whoops. Oh, I can't redeem it because I didn't fucking I didn't continue my fucking Stream Deck subscription. Hold on. Contribution is net negative with a few exceptions, like Texas. True. Oh yeah, most red states are leeches. They are leeches. I looked into that. I looked up what it said and said it said that it's one of the reasons why the value of the dollar is higher because they get more money from in federal aid. They get their own state from Texas. Stream Deck subscription. Yeah, I use my phone as a Stream Deck because I'm too lazy to buy a real Stream Deck. And in order to get more than 6 buttons, they make you pay like $15 a year or something. And I just didn't renew it because I usually only really need 6 buttons. So I was like, fuck it, I don't need it. So I use the Austrian definition of inflation. You don't believe it. What is a Stream Deck? It's just something that has a bunch of buttons on it that lets me control my stream. So I can go to my camera. I can go to this scene, which is for like panels and stuff. I can go to that scene, and then I can do that. It's just like I press the button, and like it adds these things. So Streamlabs app? No, it's an Elgato Stream Deck app. But I don't know what the Austrian specific definition of inflation is, but no, like again, even Austrians, I would assume even Austrians would concede that inflation was higher in 1980 than it is today. But you don't think that's true. You don't think that statement has any truth value whatsoever. It's like, Austrian definition of inflation. A general increase in it's just what you keep quoting at me. Why Austrian econ is Austrian economics is taken so unseriously. Its wiki is on fucking fandom, bro. But like, I mean, clearly, like, this isn't even true, because if the velocity of money is super slow, then it's probably not going to have really inflationary effects. What do you know about pragmatism? I mean, what do you mean? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know much about it, I guess. Do you just mean being... I mean, I know what the general term pragmatism means. I would say usually I'm a pretty pragmatic guy, advocating for what we pragmatically can accomplish. I'm a bit apprehensive about trusting Austrians in politics. Yeah, I don't I don't know. But like, clearly we could expand the money supply if we print $1 trillion. But if that $1 trillion sits in one bank account and doesn't do anything ever, that's probably not going to increase inflation, really. If the velocity, I mean, mv equals py, right? If the velocity is really slow, then it's probably not going to increase inflation. Okay, failed to account for improvements in product quality. Increase of the... Okay, well now you changed your definition, but okay. But I don't... we're just going to get to the point where we agree, because MV equals PY is probably generally accurate. So, like, M is the money supply, V the velocity. But also, you don't actually believe it's not a changing definition. Well, you just changed it. This shit is seriously boring. Another day, another Trump assassination attempt. I know, I saw you and me. Although this one doesn't even, dude. This one doesn't. They keep getting further and further away. I don't even know. Oh, it's the difference between money not existing and money sitting in a cave not being circulated. Yes, exactly. That is my point. You said that an increase in the money supply would cause inflation. My refutation was that clearly we could imagine a case where an increase in the money supply, if it's not being used, if the velocity is very low, doesn't increase inflation. Then you change your definition to include the velocity. Third assassination attempt was thwarted on Sunday, Las Vegas, blah, 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 blah. He didn't even get into the place this time. Oh, he's also a registered Republican. Damn. He ran for state assembly in Nevada. Are we even sure this guy actually tried to assassinate, or is he just a fucking idiot that showed up to the rally with a gun? It's really proud. FBI is questioning another man for bomb detecting dogs. The inflation, supply increases, happened when it's being circulated, now it's being printed. That's a change in your definition. Okay. He ran for if it's not a circulation, does it even exist? I mean, it exists, it's just not relevant. It's the same definition, just less concept but I mean, it's the same concept, but your definition was literally just an increase in the money supply. Clearly, we could imagine where there's an increase in the money supply, but it's never being used, so the velocity is zero, therefore it doesn't have any inflationary effects. If the Federal Reserve, no, it doesn't exist. If a bank gets more reserves out of nowhere, that's an increase in the money supply. It doesn't necessarily cause inflation if they just keep it in the bank. It doesn't exist in supply slash demand context. Well, clearly it's counted in the money supply. Why? No, I can't engage. I can't engage with you because you're just dumb. You don't think it matters. You don't think inflation is real at all. You don't get to talk about it. Hold on, where it said
Yeah, is that everything?
Oops. The mod. Well, he was just here often, and I trust him to ban people to being real bad, so that's why he's a mod. But he is dumb. Wait, he was on the Hodge twins? What? Or wait, what? This is an is one of these people him or something? Is that him? Yeah, it's him, right? Where's your Hodge twins? He's probably, did he even try to assassinate Trump, or is he just, he's probably just a retard that like showed up the rally for gun. Is there any indication he tried to kill the president? I believe in inflation, you believe in Keynes. I do believe in Keynes. Most white. I mean, not all the Keynes, but is the motive confirmed? No, he was like just arrested. So, to be like, the only evidence we have that the sheriff just said that. Oh, the sheriff said that Van Miller told police he wanted to kill the president. Okay. I don't actually. It's on Twitter. I don't believe anything on Twitter right now. But I don't even know. Like, if he's really hanging out with the Hodge trends, maybe he's just dumb. Like, he could very well just have been dumb and brought a gun to the thing. Oh, wait. He didn't add himself because he posted this. I don't go on Twitter. Propaganda shit. It's cancer. Is there a statement from the police on his motive? If not, then I saw that one tweet that said Van Miller told him that he wanted to kill the president, but I don't really believe that tweet as of now because I don't see anything else saying he said that. The actual quote from the sheriffs is that we may have stopped another assassination attempt. So I don't know why he would have used the word may. Oh, we arrested a man to get, trying to get into the perimeter of 2 firearms and ended up saying that he was going to kill the president. We probably stopped another assassination attempt. Wait, who said this one? The same guy. Okay, so he just used conflicting language. Okay, fire. Or it's not like necessarily conflicting, but it's kind of dumb. I don't know. Hopefully we'll get... Well, I mean, it's caught alive, you know, so hopefully we'll get more details or whatever, but... I don't know, whatever. We'll check on it later, see if anything new has come up, but... Okay. Okay, the Stigler Commission. Sided with management and some of its recommendations led to important changes to how CPI is calculated. And its Stigler Commission recommended further research into accounting for quality changes. Broader in a target, okay. What's this link to? The same thing. And it recommended further research into accounting for quality changes in price indexes. They should just ban all unions. True. For example, at congressional hearings about the commission's work, George Stigler explained that automobile prices were considerably overstated in their increase in the 50s by falling, blah, 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 blah. How relevant is CPI to the user experience of inflation? I would assume generally relatively relevant. Like, it's obviously not perfect or anything, but like, I feel, well, in the past, I would, the whole vibe session thing, the issue is, like, in the past, usually these metrics have tracked pretty well of consumer sentiment. It's only recently that these metrics haven't tracked super well of consumer sentiment because people hate inflation a whole lot more than they used to, and people don't care about unemployment as much as they used to, and people are as mad about, I shouldn't say as mad, like, it's understandable why they're upset. People are mad about mortgage payments that went up when we raised interest rates. I blame the internet. Probably is some of the internet, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know why people care about inflation so much more than they used to. But do you deem necessary to have taxes on the poor and struggling in your desired system? Well, no. At least not on net. Like, obviously, no. Back when there was no internet, everything was better. It made more sense. So true. Well, consumption tax, property tax, tax on vehicles, tax on gas, they're all in the poor. Yeah, but you can still have those taxes and not actually tax them on net, right? That's what we do right now. Fucking retards think they have free thought, LMAO. True. I'm the only free thinker. What do you mean? I mean, we can tax someone 2% of their income and then give them 20% of their income in benefits. So on net, they're not actually paying any tax. They have a negative 18% effective tax rate. And again, there are ways to do progressive consumption. Like, basically, we could just have our current income tax, basically, but then allow you to deduct savings from it. That way, poor people would benefit from this the most because their savings mean the most to them, right? Like, I can just flip the argument reverse, right? Like, now you're not taxing their savings at all. Just let them deduct their savings, and they're not taxing their savings anymore, but they are still taxing their consumption. The same way they're taxing their consumption right now. When poor people have no savings, most poor people still have some level of savings, clearly. The median American, I understand this isn't like poor people, but like the median American has $8,000 in transaction accounts, right? So, no, they don't. Okay. Whatever. Then they aren't far enough. I would imagine the level of people that have literally zero savings is pretty low. We should tax them harder, true. But like, we should just give them benefits then. Well, like what? And you are, by the way, you're already taxing your consumption. First, indirectly via income tax, and second, directly via sales tax. 40% of the U.S. is middle class. I don't know the exact percentage. I'm pretty sure the number I remember is like 35% are making somewhere between 100,000 and 500,000 or something, right? Is this the same thing? What is... Okay, I definitely used the word households here, so. From 1979 to 2021, households earning less than $35,000 a year shrunk from 30% to 25% of this year. To 25%. The share of households earning between $35,000 and $100,000 a year also shrunk from 49 to 39%. So 39% are making 35 to 100K a year, and the share making more than 100,000 is 35%. Assuming earned income is how people, especially the very wealthy, get cash is very poor, I think. Well, obviously, yeah, the very wealthy don't usually get their taxes from income. That's why, like, that's my point. That's my point, is the income tax doesn't tax them. The consumption tax would, depending on what type of consumption tax, at least. But, like, yeah. That's why zero income tax, 50% sales tax goes a long way. Since sales tax also applies to imports. Oh yeah, there's also benefits for doing like a destination-based thing, but it's retarded to have progressive tax. It just pisses the rich off, and they can dodge it anyway. They can't dodge all taxes. There are like certain, like, wealth taxes are probably easier to dodge than income tax, which is probably easier to dodge than a consumption tax. But like clearly, like, I don't think a progressive. I mean, I'm in favor of a very progressive tax system. Yeah, I don't think only just pissing the rich off is good enough justification for not having one. Having your elite being antagonistic to your cause is retarded. Oh, that's so true, dude. Dude, what do you mean by... What's the big benefit of having, or big detriment of having the rich people be, like, slightly upset or whatever? Is it, they'd fun thing to get rid of it. Yeah, you should just have laws about campaign finance to avoid that. If the only detriment is, well, they'll use their money and influence, or they'll use their power and influence to get rid of it. One, we're taxing away their money and influence. On some level, we're taxing away their money and influence with progressive tax. And two, they'd use extra legal means. What? I just don't think we don't see, even in countries with taxes I oppose, such as a wealth tax, I don't think we see this. Like, Norway has a wealth tax. I don't like wealth taxes, okay? I mean, I don't think wealth taxes are that bad, but I'm pretty anti-wealth tax. Yet I don't think we see this. Just wait. Okay. There was some level of capital flight in Norway. I didn't read too far into it. I will at some point, because if I do more wealth tax debates, I'll read into it more. But I think they actually estimated the wealth tax increase did look at Denmark. I don't know much about Denmark. I don't think Denmark even has a wealth tax. I think it's only Norway, Switzerland, Spain that have a full-scale wealth tax. Or maybe it's Norway, Switzerland, and Italy or something. feel like... Yeah, this. Tax avoidance is the name of the game. Having the tax implications in mind will do everything you can to financially and doing things that incur zero or the lowest possible tax. True. That's why I don't want to tax saving, because I want to incentivize saving and I want to tax consumption. Fuck you, web archive. It's totally legal and just good ideas in contrast to tax evasion, where you just aren't reporting and or aren't paying. Yeah, true. That's why. You have how many guys old see me arguing against wealth taxes and PPG? What do you guys think I'm talking about here? Okay. I'm like, dude, I don't, how do I always get the worst? How do I always get the most disagreeers in chat, guys? Okay. I go and I debate people about wealth taxes, and everyone is saying, non-fun, you evil capitalist, you evil dumbass capital interest. I bet Cato is paying you to promote capital interest. You want all poor people to die. That's my chat when I talk about wealth taxes. My chat when I talk about consumption taxes. Suddenly everyone here is pro. I mean, Grumple isn't wealth tax, pro wealth tax, obviously. Some of you guys aren't pro wealth tax. Everyone here is still fighting me. I can't. No one ever just says, non-fun. I disagree with you with some things, but this one, I think you're right. On. No one ever. No, I mean, it makes for a more interesting stream if you don't say that. Obviously, I get there's a negativity bias. I don't do that to streamers I watch. We comment when I disagree, but taxing is secondary to spending. Focus on spending and what level of government does it. So true. Spend more money. Unironically, Cat Meow Institute is paying. Yeah. Because wealth tax is dumb. Thank you. Listen, you and me, you know what? Now that we have this agreement. Also, PPG is a good parameter. If he wants it, it's probably bad. I'm totally willing to be wrong on that. Terrell. I can go with where it's just like I thought I was in this paper. I like a lot of countries have wealth taxes on paper, but it's only on foreign assets. So I think I wish I remember which paper it was in, but it has I don't know, maybe it's in this, but it has I really thought it was in this. I think in Italy, it's only on foreign held assets. So if you're a rich billionaire in Italy, you're not taxed on it. But if you're a rich billionaire in Italy and you hold some of your assets overseas, then you are. It is in this one. It's not okay. I don't know. It is in this one. Norway, Spain, Switzerland, and Belgium, the Netherlands, and Italy administer an annual wealth tax. Among them, 3 countries have a highly exempted base. Italy only imposes a tax on assets Italian sold abroad. Fuck yeah, I'm always right. Fuck yeah. I knew I was right. No doubt it. Don't go back and see the doubt in my mind, okay? The wealth tax in the Netherlands is embedded into the income system by levying income tax on the value of net wealth assets with some exclusions. And a wealth tax in Belgium is an annual charge on a financial securities beyond a threshold value. That is why some studies consider only Norway, Spain, and Switzerland. That's what I said. Always right. Never doubt me. Ever. Don't do it. Don't do it. Never doubt me. Your take on tax on money / transfer payments over a certain amount. What do you mean? I mean, I think like we should probably just tax transfer payments as income. That's what we do already. I'm very, for the most part, like in favor of universal like UBI to transfer payment, right? I'm in favor of like, for the most part, doing like transfer payments to people, just giving them money and then like taxing it back for richer people. Sounds like a great. If the wealth is outside the country, they can run. If it's in Italy, not going anywhere without exit tax. Also, I never get people. Prime evidence of anti-foreign bias here. We have you and me, who is a. I don't know you and me's exact ideology. Billionaires should pay their fair share of taxes. They do. They do already, though. That's the thing. Well, I mean, there are good and bad ways to tax people. First of all, like most federal taxes are already paid by rich people. Again, like poor people don't. They just don't pay tax. They're taxed at like negative 100%. Like poor people already just like don't pay taxes. That's a good thing. Rich people, the middle class to some extent, but also like rich people, pay a lot of taxes, and we redistribute it. It's just I don't think it's done very efficiently. Like, obviously, I'm in favor of progressive taxation. I'm in favor of taxing the rich, contrary to the what's a hunting rifle? I don't do the gun control stuff, dude. I have no clue. If we don't have a global unitary state, we should require them to hold assets where you have jurisdiction. It's common sense. Why? Why would you like assume if you like markets, if you don't like taxing people because you like markets so much? Actually, I don't know if you do like markets. I don't know. But like, why would we assume that markets just like stop working when it comes to foreign sector stuff? Like, I never get this. I never get. Like, if I were to ask like 90% of Republicans, are you in favor of minimum wage? They would be like, they would say no. I'm fairly certain like 90% of Republicans would say no to being in favor of minimum wage. I asked them why. They'll mention unemployment. They'll say interfering with the free market. You're going to cause unemployment. I asked them, are you in favor of tariffs? And they all say yes. Because they all think the free market stops working as soon as other countries are brought into the mix. I love markets only when they work in my favor. True, based. I don't get this. It's like, yeah. What do you mean? Are you okay for asymmetrical protectionist and predatory practices? What do you mean? I mean, like, I'm in favor of increasing utility. If free trade increases utility, I'm going to be in favor of it. I don't know exactly what I mean by, like, I'm assuming you mean like what China does with like its currency manipulation and stuff like that. You know. Maybe I don't even know, but it's not free trade no matter what. I mean, I wouldn't say no matter what. They're like, they're national security concerns. Maybe infant industries. The U.S. just doesn't really have infant industries worth protecting. I would say our primary concern would be national security stuff, like with the chips that are all made in Taiwan, or like with I think drones are probably a big issue too. A lot of parts for drones are manufactured in China. Drones are really important for modern militaries. Probably do something about that. Potentially steel. I think for steel, I don't know if we need to make steel here, but I think friendshoring, where we, try to get stuff from allied nations over unallied nations like China, EU is a trade cartel? I mean, yeah. You have tax havens all over the place. Like, I think that's there. That's what we should be doing there. Okay. Also, I feel like I had a... I feel like I had an article in the progress that we had made on friend shoring, but I forget where I put it. I think it's probably in... I think it's probably in this. Fuck. Common sense, no. Only lolberts believe in a myth of a free market. What? Common sense for... to do what? Most Republicans and Democrats support tariffs. I don't know if I don't think most Democrats do support. Okay, what do you mean by tariffs? Clearly, I don't even think most Republicans support, or not at least most Republicans in Congress. I don't even think support universal tariffs, like Trump wants to do, or extremely high tariffs, like Trump wants to do. I'm pretty sure most of them probably do support targeted tariffs on specific things by now. Okay. Oh, because it's only on certain things. Even Trump said so. Trump has said universal tariffs pretty consistently. That is his platform. His platform is universal is tariffs on everything, and 60% tariffs in China. He won't even commit to a number. Did he? He literally just did an interview where it's like, "Oh, I'd say 200% as a figure of speech." Could be because he speaks like a 5-year-old. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with that point, but like, that is his platform. Of like, is universal tariffs. I don't know if I don't think I bookmark it. I might have. He also doesn't know what a tariff is. Oh, it's that. Yeah, I don't think I bookmarked it. But like, he just did that interview where he did that. But yeah, like it doesn't even matter. What doesn't matter? Trump. I support tariffs. I know locals because you don't. He's not getting in. I wouldn't bank on it. Yeah, I think it's. I don't know. I don't have a strong. I don't have a strong opinion on the who's gonna win the election. I don't follow the polls. Bet 50 subs. I don't have money to gift you subs or money or anything. We need them to compete. I think the evidence shows they really only make us less competitive because of their, retaliatory tariff. I mean, first of all, domestic manufacturing. I think the evidence shows they don't support domestic manufacturing. Trump's first round of tariffs didn't. Putting tariffs on imports, one, obviously places the U.S. at a or on inputs. Did I say imports? Inputs. Like steel makes U.S. exporters at a relative disadvantage to other countries. If U.S. steel manufacturers or if U.S. nail manufacturers are now paying 10% more for the nails that they used to make or for the steel they used to make their nails, well, guess what? The nail company in Canada isn't paying 10% more, so they can have their prices 10% lower, and the U.S. firm is just going to be outcompeted. Secondly, there's a retaliatory tariff effect where other countries place tariffs on the U.S. in retaliation, and that decreases exports. Yeah. I'm gonna read it, but all the data shows, which I understand, there's literally nothing I could ever show you that would make you think differently because you don't believe in any data, any expert, or anything. But this is, but all the data shows that it did not lead to an increase in American manufacturing. We can just look at Fred, real U.S. factory construction spending. We can just look at it. There's no increase in factory construction spending until Biden. We can look at employment and manufacturing. We see this basically exact same graph. This is basically flat for all of Trump's term. All the data just doesn't side with you on this. Don't know what to tell you, buddy. Geopolitical trade war, as long as they can cave faster than your side, you can take the hit. I mean, but now you're running an infant industry argument. What? What infant industry in the U.S. is really worth for attack? I think the only thing that we should really consider is national security concerns. First of all, why wouldn't we just subsidize? Why would we do tariffs and not just subsidize it? Why? Why hurt consumers by adding tariffs and potentially lead to retaliatory tariffs? Why not just subsidize them? Why not just do most of the Chips and Science Act did and just subsidize companies to do shit here? Just give companies money to do shit here. Don't punish the consumer by doing tariffs. It's about strong army that other countries bend to you. Okay. This paper estimates the relationship between U.S. tariff increases of 2018 to 2019 and outcomes in domestic manufacturing. Despite being intended to boost manufacturing activity, we find U.S. industries more exposed to tariffs increases experience relative reductions in employment as a small positive effect from import protection, offset by larger negative effects from rising input costs and retaliatory tariffs. Higher tariffs also associated with relative increases in producer prices due to rising input costs. Lastly, we document broader labor market impacts as countries exposed to rising tariffs exhibit relative increases in unemployment and declines in labor force participation. Domestic manufacturing. Here's the issue. You don't think any of the financial economy is real at all. So I understand why you want domestic manufacturing back. But to the rest of us who live in a world where the financial and service economy does actually have benefits, why wouldn't we just increase educational attainment? The big issue, the big thing, I always hear mentioned, oh, you could make so much money, right, you need to go to college. I think, we're right now, education is probably falling behind in the race between education and technology. Why wouldn't we just increase educational attainment? Why do we want to hurt consumers? Why do we want to hurt employers? Why do we want to do all these bad things that tariffs are associated with? Why wouldn't we just increase educational attainment? That's good for that is good for everyone. I don't get it. Thing about tariffs that people don't really talk about it. Yes, short-term increased price on imported goods. This makes local creation more feasible if it wasn't previously. I just showed. If you put tariffs on intermediate goods, it usually does not end up doing that. Usually, no. It's just not a good way. It's just not a good way to do it. It's just not. Just subsidize it. Just subsidize it. There's so much less deadweight loss if you just subsidize it. At a very minimum, Toyota manufactures trucks for U.S. markets in North America. It increase onshore jobs and reduce reliance on foreign manufacturers. Also, you're hurting other. You realize you're not even. No one has mentioned jobs yet, but like, you're not even helping U.S. jobs. Because Iowa car crop model. How many times have I mentioned the Iowa car crop thing, dude? I love it. I love it so much. There are 2 technologies for producing automobiles in America. One is to manufacture them in Detroit, and the other is to grow them in Iowa. Everybody knows about the first technology. Let me tell you about the second. First, you plant the seeds, which are the raw material from which automobiles are constructed. You wait a few months until wheat appears. Then you harvest the wheat, load it onto ships, and sail the ships eastward into the Pacific Ocean. After a few months, the ships reappear with Toyotas on them. International trade is nothing but a form of technology. The fact that there is a place called Japan with people in factories is quite irrelevant to America's well-being. To analyze trade policies, we might as well assume that Japan is a giant machine with mysterious inner workings that convert wheat into cars. Any policy designed to favor the first American technology is a policy designed to favor American auto producers in Detroit over auto producers in Iowa. A tax or ban on imported automobiles is a tax or ban on Iowa-grown automobiles. If you protect Detroit from car makers from competition, then you must damage Iowa farmers because Iowa farmers are the competition. It's like Gaza and Israel, peace equals economic growth. You and me, I'm not so much arguing with you right now. I'm arguing with locals in Grumple. We'll read more about tariffs today. We just can't. We gotta get. I spent too much time arguing with chat, and then I can't read. And I can't read stuff, which makes me worse than arguing with chat. It's a vicious cycle. Vicious cycle. Not fun to focus on consumer spending based, and the lowest price can't see past it. Are we arguing? I'm not like associating a negative like discussing. Discussing, chatting. I didn't mean to use arguing as like a heated or like negative term. If I didn't want to do it, I would just either not stream or just ban you, or like clearly I'm enjoying it. It's good YouTube content. I'll just upload to YouTube and I get views. Actually, the videos with me time in chat usually do. That's racist. Conco might be coming back. I don't know, the videos of me talking in chat usually don't get that many views. Bro, who unsubbed? Bro, 874? It says 875 up there. Someone unsubbed. Whoever that is, die. I hope you die. Die. Does tariffs have a net positive effect on domestic manufacturing? Yes or no? No. Well, it depends on placed on what. Placed on steel? No. And all the evidence shows this. There's controversial. It's controversial even like for protecting infant industries, like whether tariffs actually work. Pretty sure I had. Tariffs are always used as a means of war. Placed on a good where domestic manufacturing is cheaper, based on labor laws, then it can. It depends, but it can. Depends on the effect of retaliatory tariffs. It depends on how much consumers are hurt by the tariffs. But it can. In principle, it can. I'm not disagreeing with that part. Trump's tariffs didn't. I will say that. Tariffs on inputs in general aren't gonna. And they're probably not worth their trade-off anyway. There's this data as well. There are roughly 1,000 more jobs in production of new steel. But it led to, this is like a low-end estimate too. I think it says it led to 75,000 job losses I've seen higher in estimates that are 200,000 job losses. Yeah. This is the same paper. It's just formatted a little differently. Yeah. Increase in input costs has led to 0.6% fewer jobs in the manufacturing sector, which computes to about 75K fewer jobs than otherwise would have occurred. But I've also recent study by economists in New York shows a decline in domestic purchases of U.S. automobiles in countries most affected by retaliatory tariffs. Estimates for economists at Federal Reserve Board of Governors, the International Monetary Fund, the OECD, and the World Bank indicated tariffs and uncertainty about trade wars have depressed investment growth and growth expectations. The reason why government resorts to tariffs instead of subsidies is because of government spending and budgets. When there is enough banner for subsidies in, how much was the Chips and Science Act? What the Chips and Science Act was like? What, $200 billion? This is $53 billion into creating semiconductor shit. There was other funding towards it though. $280 billion. That's nothing. Nothing. $2? That is $2 basically. That's net. Are you kidding me? $280 billion versus tariffs? Like, even if all of that was deficit spending, which I would guess that they also probably had tax increases to finance some of it. I guess that they probably tax increase deficit. They probably tried to reduce the total cost. That's why tariffs are stronger weapon against the enemy. I don't even think that's true. Did the Chips and Science Act increase any taxes to pay for some of it? It might not have. Not directly increased taxes introduced a 1%. Oh, how it did include one tax-related measure that could generate some revenue. 1% excise tax on stock buybacks by publicly traded companies. Localists. Would you rather the government spend $1 and 50 million people die? Or would you rather the government collect $1 million in taxes, but nobody dies? How many enemy dies? Well, if a hypothetical 0 enemies die in either case. Nobody dies? Okay, localist. What you just told me is that in principle, it can be better for the government to spend money to do something than it is for the government to do something that, than for the government to tax, okay? Clearly, my argument is going to be, are we joking it? We are joking it. Clearly, what you just told me is that in principle, it's sometimes good for the government to spend money. Or increase the deficit to accomplish a goal, okay? Because of clearly, taxes, a tax that accomplishes the same thing as spending does. Clearly, the taxes can have a worse effect. You disagree with that in principle. I'm going to make the argument that in practice it applies to tariffs, but you're just dumb. Is this a Jorkinet party? This is a Jorkinet party. Can we bring back Hot Tubs at HD? I don't think I'm going to do that. I think technically by now, I think I have made more money from this than I have Hot Tubs at HD, counting donations. I believe most federal spending is constitutional anyway. So under my administration, we don't have most spending should be local. No, I'm aware of what you think. I'm just saying, clearly, we've already agreed that on principle, like, clearly the negative effects on consumers, and if it's placed on inputs, the negative effects to American manufacturing are probably going to be worse. Oh, what's up?
Hey, what's up, non-fawn? You need some advice?
I do. Okay. Did you see?
I'm sorry. I see what you linked now. I thought you linked the previous debate that I was part of, but I guess I'm seeing now that they must just have an extremely similar
oh no, yeah, they do that.
very, very similar poster format.
Oh, but there was one thing about your previous debate. Was there any reason you didn't in the economy conversation you never brought up the monetary independence of the Fed that Trump doesn't seem to like?
I mean, that's one of those things that I just don't that just seems very low salience, you know? I think that
sure
for most people, it just, I mean, obviously that's really important, right? I mean, it's the same thing, like in this last Three Wonks episode, we talked about how Kamala's, her child tax credit alone is actually like a really, really big deal because it lowers child poverty so much. But just nobody really seems to care that much. You know, it's just like, child tax credit. Like, I don't know why. It just doesn't resonate with people for some reason. So, but yeah, the independent Fed thing is not a big deal. So I try to hit more on like the things that at least intuitively people would think are good. So it's like, like investing in children, investing in infrastructure, free school meals, this kind of thing. But most Trumpers just don't really have. I mean, I literally don't think I've ever spoken to someone who supports Trump that has sophisticated policy views. Like, I think that's actually, like in the near decade that Trump has been a major ironic. I just want to get his. I literally cannot think of a single Trump supporter that I've ever been like, you know what, that guy actually, he seems like a smart guy who has well thought out views about policy.
Yeah, that's true.
It seems to be 0%.
I feel like if Kamala Harris had the same position on Fed independence, it would be, people would be screeching about it so much. I feel like I remember like Elon Musk is like literally tweeting out like Hayek quotes about like how the government shouldn't control monetary policy, and it's like that's what Trump has said that he wants to do. But
yeah, I mean they might make it a bigger deal. I mean, like, I think that I want to say there was one point in the debate where I mentioned, conservatives complain about inflation and, most of the money that was printed, that supposedly caused this inflation was was printed under Trump and by a Trump appointee. That's where Jay Powell came from, right?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And so I don't know, but unfortunately, the economy section was super dominated by immigration, which I don't know. I mean, that just was like, I truly just don't think that this immigration wave is bad for the economy. Like, it just isn't, right?
Oh, yeah,
Like, if you wanted to say, oh, it causes like social discohesion and creates like short-term problems in certain areas, I mean, I could agree with that, but the idea that this is probably actively a good thing for the U.S. economy, because immigration for the U.S. has always been a good thing for the U.S.
I know.
Right?
Yep. Yeah.
It's never been a bad thing. So. I don't know.
Yeah, there was
Anyway.
the CBO estimates it would reduce the deficit even. I read one thing from like Brookings. Apparently, like we have like data on like there's like one policy that it started like enforcing or started like deporting workers in certain cities before they did other cities. So we were able to like analyze the effects of the labor market in the cities that started doing deportations before the other ones did. And they found that like when 500,000 immigrants are removed, it actually reduces the number of U.S. born people working by 44,000. Like,
really, why is that? Like, what's the mechanism for that?
well, I mean, one, like immigrants have their own like demand, right? Like two, they work in, like a lot of them work in childcare. So like if you deport a bunch of immigrants who are babysitting children, then like there's a bunch of young mothers who probably aren't going to be able to work. If businesses don't have enough labor supply, they aren't going to be able to stay open. Like,
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, well, that's the same logic as really. I think from a conservative perspective, the birth rates thing is always something that seems worth bringing up. It's like, hey, the only reason, like seemingly the only reason why America has become such an economic powerhouse is just because of a history of liberal immigration.
Yeah.
Right. They just have so many people that move here and offer their talents. And I think it's one of the reasons why, personally speaking, I'm a little bit goal of, I mean, I'm trying to think of an economy where there would be an exception. Like, I don't think China will be the case. I don't think it'll be India. Yeah, like I don't see any economy really significantly challenging the U.S. for a decently long time, because a lot of people said China, but their population is going to be precipitously decreasing over the next, like, forever, basically, until they let in immigrants, right? Like,
yeah,
it's just going to be like the world's biggest Japan, and I don't know. I mean, that's not, that obviously affects so many different things, but Russia and China both have shrinking populations and terrible immigration policies, so I don't know. It's like, how could you possibly be competitive in like in 10 years when like the average Chinese person is 45 years old or whatever the fuck, and there's like a birth rate less than 1. Like, how the fuck are you supposed to? It's like, oh, China's going to invade Taiwan. Like, how? They don't have any people. Like their army.
The glorious CCP will find a way. Okay, they'll find a way.
35-year-old average aged infantrymen. Like, what are they? Like, fucking arthritic fucking infantry. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, but yeah, I think immigration is just such an unmitigated good. I mean, obviously you should. The chaotic nature of our immigration system is not good, but just like the fact that there's a lot of immigrants is not, not a big deal. But
yeah.
Anyway,
but listen, this is what I need advice on. It's so hard to communicate that. I don't think I've spoken to a single conservative ever. Although I only started streaming and stuff recently, right? Who accepts like BLS data basically at all. Anytime you mention unemployment, it's, oh, it doesn't include discouraged workers, and it's like, well, U4 unemployment does, and it's only 0.3% higher, and they but that's Democrat funded. There are so many conservatives I speak to, and this is why I'm worried for this future conversation, because I feel like this is exactly how it's going to go. Where it seems like they won't accept any data from the BLS I give them, even if I'm able to explain like other metrics that include or that like try to account for things that government data doesn't. I'm like, have you had any experience debating people like that? It's so frustrating to me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think that that's just kind of, I don't know, that's just kind of par for the course, right? Like, I think that, I mean, I think, personally, I guess, like, my thought would be that there's really not, you're never going to really be able to convince someone like that of the reality of any situation. I think that, you could try to, because they're often going off of vibes, and so you could reference like other sources of data, right? Like you could say, hey, like people might say the economy's bad, but here's a survey on their personal financial situation.
Oh,
like,
sure, yep.
70% of people say their personal financial situation is very good or very improved, or you could. There's Matt Darling on Twitter who like he'll cite a bunch of data, which is like, oh, the median person has $7,000 in their checking account.
Yeah, don't worry. I have all those tweets saved. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I think stuff like that could help. I mean, and I think, for instance, like, fuck, I think I exited it out because Cam Higbee, I could tell that he was.
Oh, yeah, I don't. That's another thing from the debate. He was quoting stats that I have no clue where he got them from. I have to find them and see if they were at all accurate. But
Cam Higbee was teeing up a criticism of the CHIPS Act, and like some of the criticisms of like the domestic investments that Biden has made is, oh well, none of that investment's even realized yet. And it's like, yeah, you dumb fuck. Like obviously you can't just like build. You can't just like imagine a chips factory getting built. Like it takes a while for these kind of things to be built. And if you look at like this is actually crazy. Like I looked at and there was a I couldn't find the data that Noah Smith was actually referencing, so I didn't want to like be like, oh, look at this graph that Noah Smith created. So I don't actually know. Here's the tweet I'm talking about. It's like I don't know where this data actually came from. I couldn't find the source in the midst of the debate. But yeah, like the crowding in from the CHIPS Act, which wasn't just like some people will also frame the CHIPS Act as like, oh, the CHIPS Act, it just gives a bunch of money to foreign chip manufacturers. Let me see if I can find it real quick. It's like, well, that's not true. Like the CHIPS Act also is just a positive. Here we go. It's just like a positive incentive for all advanced manufacturing.
Yeah.
And the IRA and the CHIPS Act, like no matter like whether you like the CHIPS Act or the IRA, just from the idea of, I guess, subsidizing industry. I mean, most conservatives at this point like that. But even if you don't, it's like, well, the fact that the structure is a tax credit, it's like, well, ultimately it's a tax break for corporations, right? It's like this is tax incentive financing essentially. So it's like, most of your regular old conservatives are going to be in favor of that kind of thing. And this map is helpful just because you can visualize it. But then there's also, let me see if I can find it. There's also, let me see. There's also IRA investment maps where it's like, oh yeah, here's just like the thousands of different projects that the IRA has caused to be built. And the IRA is obviously, well, if you think renewable energy is a good thing, it's like these are all good things. And
there's another thing Cam mentioned, which I thought was insane, and I'm also getting this from a Noah Smith article. Is he mentioned like DEI was causing delays? When, like,
that's right. That's right.
Some projects have been delayed, but most of them have been on time, at least so far. I
haven't looked into the actual statutory language, but like, I have no idea what he's talking about. Like, I don't recall any CHIPS Act, DEI. Like, I didn't have time to, look into this. But I have legitimately no idea. Okay, here we go. All right. The Biden administration promised it will finally loosen the purse strings on $39 billion of CHIPS Act grants. They delayed stuff. Commentators noted that the money's been sluggish. I mean, again, this is talking about the actual like pure subsidy grant money.
Yeah.
But that's not including the hundreds of billions of dollars, the multiple X other investment that is just private industry funneling money into the manufacturing of chips. I mean, it's like it'd be like saying that, well, the money that was given to the DOE for low-cost loans and grants for renewable energy projects, that money has been distributed very slowly. It's like, well, sure, but that money also represents like 1% of the total investment that was caused by the IRA. Like most of the investment comes from these tax credits, which is just decentralized private, it's totally, we wouldn't even do, I don't know about the CHIPS Act, but like for IRA, we don't even do direct checks. The government doesn't actually pay anybody for, the investments that they make in that regard. So I don't know. And the thing that's so frustrating, here's the thing, non-fun, that's so frustrating about it, is like, I know for a fucking fact, because if you look at this list that I sent, like the announced investments thing, let me see if I exited it out already. The announced investment thing. Okay, yeah. So not the jobs expected. I'm trying to see. Okay, there's not. I can't find a list of years here. I think what I saw was that a lot of these are expected to actually come online, like, basically in the next 5 years, right? And the thing is, I know for a fact, for a goddamn fact, non-fun, that if Donald Trump won, come 2028, when all these factories are opening, guess who's going to be fucking wearing a Keep America Great hat with his son running for president at the opening of these factories? It's going to be Donald Trump. It's going to be Donald Trump, non-fun. And that's going to piss me off. I'm going to be like, you fucks. Like, what happened to this being terrible and the DEI and that this would never happen? Like, this was literally a thing that Biden did, right? God damn it. Because you can literally see the curve. Like the record investment in manufacturing construction, like, what happens? The manufacturing construction happens, then the factories are operational, then the people get hired to work in the factories, and then you see those stats reflected in employment. And so by the end of 2029, when almost certainly there's like a decades-long high in manufacturing employment, we're going to see Trump just saying how he brought American manufacturing back. And it's like, God damn it, dude. This is so frustrating. Like, fuck. And these conservatives are going to be right there being dipshits about it. Like, whoa, look at what Trump did. It's like, you dickheads. 5 years ago, we had this debate, and you said this was all bad, actually. Like, oh, my God. But anyway, so that's very frustrating. But, I mean, this is all very difficult to argue. I mean, I don't know what, like, an average audience thinks. Like, I feel like we're just so polarized. Like, there's nothing that... I mean, if you're talking to a conservative audience, there's just like, it just seems like there's nothing you could really say to break through. So, I'm not sure. Your best bet is just to make them look dumb, I guess.
Yeah. Have you have you heard of like the Nixon Jew list with the BLS?
No, I don't know about that.
There's basically been 2 times where the BLS has tried to been has been like somewhat politicized. Once was when they pretty early on they were like investigating child labor in the South, or they were just investigating child labor, and they found that it was way worse in the South. And Democrats didn't like it, so they tried to like remove the head of the BLS. And the other time, the funnier time, was when Nixon didn't like the unemployment numbers, so he tried to demote or remove all of the Jews from the BLS.
Okay. He just like, he thought it was the Jews that were causing that. He's like, he's like, the Jews are they're overplaying our unemployment problems.
Yeah, he thought there was a Jewish conspiracy against him.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, Nixon is, from everything I've read about Nixon, he seems like such a peculiar character in American political history. I guess this is just another thing where it's like, man, what a weird guy this guy was. But, like, I think because you know, he did some stuff where it's like, okay, like he stopped. I think he's the one that pulled out of Vietnam. I think he actually was the one that finally got rid of the gold standard. He started the EPA. But then it's like, what did he see? He was one of those guys that thought that people being gay was the reason why Rome fell. And I guess he tried to get rid of all the Jews at the BLS. And obviously he tried to undermine American democracy in his own special way. So I don't know, but I don't know I didn't even look. Who are the conservatives that you're talking to? Let me see. Let me see.
I don't know. I only know one of them. I only know Gibbs. I haven't spoken to him before, but I know of him. But I've seen.
Yeah, Gibbs is a rough one.
Like I've seen in like one hippy dippy debate where like I think it was like Hutch mentioned like, oh, you know, the people taking, or first of all, there was like a dispute over unemployment numbers. I think Gibbs said, oh, unemployment's just down because everyone has 2 jobs. And then Hutch is like, well, you know, the percentage of people who are working 2 jobs is like at 5.5%, which is not particularly high. And then he cited like one survey.
Yeah.
I looked up that survey afterwards. The survey was just, it was 54% of adults have taken at least one opportunity to make extra money on the side, which is like, in my mind, that could literally include like just selling something on eBay that like you don't need anymore, or like.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you know, I just like little things here and there. Yeah, no, it doesn't have to be anything crazy. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Gibbs is I mean, he's just, I don't know. Like I mean, some people are. Yeah, he's one of those. Okay, for instance, like I remember one time I was debating Rob Noor.
I haven't spoken to him. You don't need to. You can tell me some things, but you don't need to character assassinate him to me before I even politely introduce myself to him. So.
No. I was saying this. Well, this isn't. I guess it's not even that much of a character assassination given the state of politics. But I was gonna say one time I was talking to Rob Noor, and in the midst of, I think it was maybe my first conversation I had with Rob Noor, and he had said, we were talking about healthcare systems, and he was taking like a very sort of traditionally conservative line, which was like, oh, you know, socialized healthcare systems are bad, this and that. And I was like, well, you know, actually, here's a bunch of evidence, and here's a bunch of studies and whatnot. And what he Googled to like counter these studies, he Googled like he Googled something like medical or socialized medicine bad, and then like study, and he found, and I guess I don't know for a fact that that's what he did, because he was like, oh, I just Googled and that's what I found. And it's like, well, when I Google, because I think exactly what it was we were talking about the impact on rural hospitals, because some conservatives are like, well, if you do socialized medicine, that'll collapse rural healthcare. And it's like, it's funny, because last I checked, like, places like Canada, you know, they have rural populations, and like it's not like they just don't have fucking healthcare in those areas. But anyway, so I sent him a study, and I think he Googled something like, you know, socialized medicine, rural hospitals bad. And he got a totally different, because the first thing that I saw when I Googled this was a study from The Lancet, and The Lancet does this accounting where they talk about uncompensated care, and it's, you know, a decently thoughtful study, I guess. And he found a study from, like, I think it was literally a libertarian think tank, and they had their own reasoning for why this would be bad. But it's like, this is obviously motivated reasoning, Rob. Like, you have to like try to think a little abstractly, or like a little bit of, you know, detached fashion, right? To try and, you know, think a little, you know, try to come to like real truth, I guess, right? I mean, sometimes I research things and I don't find the answers that I like. You know, I was doing that the other day with wage data, and I found I found that I think lower income people's wages grew faster under Trump than Biden. And it's like, well, you know, you can always try to talk about, well, what's the reason for that? And, you know, are there any like direct policy linkages? But the sort of basic, you know, the basic stat that you could raise, like, oh, well, you know, low income people's wages grew faster under Biden than Trump. Well, that doesn't seem to be true. So, you have to move on from that or accept it, try to explain it another way. But I don't know. Yeah, it's very frustrating talking to people like that.
I haven't read into it a ton, but I think on that thing, I think over half of that was because the state level minimum wage increases.
That was my initial instinct, was like, there were a lot of states from 2016 on that were raising their minimum wage. Like, I think even Florida voted for a $15 minimum wage in 2016, and obviously it step ladders up over time. And so that was my first instinct, but it would be I would have had to have done a lot more research to see like how binding the minimum wage is, because I know that I want to say the average, like the last time I did the weighted average binding minimum wage, I think I found that it was like $10. That if you were just a worker and you were just dropped at a random place in America, it was about a $10 an hour minimum wage. This was like 2 years ago though, so presumably it's probably increased to I don't know, $10.50 or $11 an hour or something like that. But that wouldn't be surprising if that was like a big part of the reason. But again, it's like you can't just like deny the data that exists, right?
Well,
It's
sure.
like no, I don't see a lot of liberals who are just like, oh yeah, unemployment was low under Trump, but that was fake. That doesn't exist. Like those numbers they're not real. It's like I just don't see liberals doing this. I don't see it, non-fun. Like, I don't see liberals that are just like, oh yeah, the low unemployment and growth under Trump, I just don't believe that. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? Like, I didn't see that under Trump.
Yeah, it just doesn't, yeah.
Yeah, what I did see was you would see some like Democratic elected officials, they would like, they would like narrow their criticism. They would say, oh manufacturing has lost 50,000 jobs and outputs declined in the manufacturing sector. It's like, all right, I mean, that might be true, but it's such a narrow criticism. I mean, that's not really a big statement on the broad economy under Trump, right? But that was still that was at least evidence-based, though. It's like, well, that was at least true, right? It wasn't like, oh yeah, the fucking actually, even though the economy is good by all these metrics, we're just gonna like say that it's bad. Like, what the fuck? These fucking conspiracy brain conservatives. Like, I don't know how to, But anyway, yeah. There's no good way to respond to it. I mean, people just kind of have.
Have you ever followed somebody on like? I think there were like 2 changes made to CPI in between 2020 and 2024 that people criticize a lot. One was they tried to better account for substitution bias. I forget exactly how. And the other one was that they just increased how often the weights are adjusted. I've had like 2 people cite this at me to try to prove that this data is like manipulated. It's hard to. I haven't found a good way to communicate that. Like, yeah, I haven't found a good way to communicate like these changes were made so CPI more accurately reflects inflation. Like it might have made it. It might have had the effect of making it lower because maybe that's just because inflation was actually lower. Like that's why PCE has it lower. That's why.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like there's a ton of different inflation metrics. I mean, you can literally go into like every single part of CPI has its own individual cost basket associated with it. It's like, oh, like this is the percentage of CPI that's food. This is the components of food CPI. Eggs is fucking 1% of that, and here's how eggs are surveyed, and here's like the egg specific inflation. It's like this is all just so transparent. It's so transparent. The U.S. has literally some of the most transparent and comprehensive economic data on the planet. There's a reason why there are so many, like European and like Southeast Asian economists that do studies on the American economy. It's just because the data is so much more widely available. Like if you were to go to it's not that South Korea doesn't have like good economic data, but the comprehensiveness doesn't. There are not many countries that have as comprehensive a set of economic data as America. It's just so easily discoverable. The methodology is so easily findable, and a lot of these people, they just have this kind of harebrained stuff where it's like, oh yeah, but actually, like in the 19, I haven't heard what you're talking about. I've heard like, oh, in the 1980s
methodology.
they took out houses. They took out houses. Well, they changed it because they figured that lending was an important thing to take into account. You could get lower lending, and that was a cost of housing. So they moved into this renter's equivalent rent, or this homeowner's equivalent rent, or whatever. And so housing, it's not like housing isn't a part of it, but it's just it's another one of these.
Well, I know why they changed. I was asking if you know why they. Yeah, they didn't want. Part of it was like, they didn't want They were, they were considering like both mortgage payments and I think like the initial price of homes, and they didn't want to like double count that. If you buy like a washing machine or a credit card, they just want to count the price of the washing machine. They don't want to also count like the interest payments that you pay on the washing machine with your credit card. And then also like they didn't want mortgage rates, included in CPI, because mortgage rates are probably going to correlate with interest rates. So whenever you raise the interest rate, there's going to be a upward movement in mortgage rates. So now you're like mechanistically increasing inflation each time you raise rates, which is probably not good. And then housing, obviously acts as like an investment, and it's probably better to create a metric that more accurately reflects housing as if it were consumed rather than if it were trying to be an investment. But
yeah, I think no, that's my understanding as well. I just I don't know. People have such a, I don't know. It's just all social media's fault. I feel like people have a very conspiratorial view. I think that the only way to realistically resolve this is, I think, on like an individual basis and with a very long time horizon, where you could like really in depth explain like everything that's going on. But even that is it's going to be quite difficult. I mean, like with Rob, like that was one, like when I was debating him, I brought up the idea that lower income people's wages had actually grown. Really low income people's wages hadn't really been nearly as negatively affected by inflation. They had the highest real wage gains under the Biden administration. And, I showed him all this data, and I don't know, it seemed like Rob's response was like, oh yeah, that's just bullshit. It's like, okay, well, all right. what are you supposed to say? Like, my rock bottom take is that's just bullshit, Econ boy. It's like, all right, well, fuck, nothing you can do. But yeah, I hope you have fun. Yeah, I don't know any of these people really. I know Maddie, but I don't really know what she's been up to for the last several years. And I'm familiar with Gibbs, but other than that, I don't know anyone else on this. So hopefully it's a fun one.
I only know the boss. He hosts some debates as well that I've done before. Some anti-wealth tax debates. You would hate them. But actually, you're not that pro wealth tax, but
listen, the best wealth tax there is the sovereign wealth fund. All right.
True.
We just need was it you that tweeted? I don't know. Somebody. I think it was in maybe one of the chats that I saw. I think somebody said apparently in Kamala's book, Time Running for President 2020. Apparently she was thinking about doing. She was thinking about actually running part of her platform on the Alaskan model of sovereign wealth funds. It's like start a basic income with a sovereign wealth fund. And it's like, Kamala, she was going to call it apparently Alaska for America. I haven't like fact checked this. I'm just like, Kamala, that's so based. What?
I know, yeah.
That's the most base thing I've ever heard of in my life. And she dropped it for some reason. I don't know why she dropped it. It's like, what the fuck? This seems like such like low-hanging fruit for any political movement to just like gobble up, basically. But I don't know why.
I think I don't know if this is why she dropped it, but I think Jared Bernstein, who is the whatever, he's a chair of the whatever economic advisor things. I think he said he was against it so long as we have a deficit at least. But
I hate that criticism so much. Like, fuck, people are stupid, dude. Like, I hate that criticism. It's like okay, dumbass. By that logic, would you suggest cutting the military budget by like hundreds of billions of dollars because we have a budget deficit? Why don't we just cut all of food stamps, or cut people's social security payments, or cut veterans benefits, or cut infrastructure spending? It's like, oh, you wouldn't support cutting literally any of those things? Well, that's because obviously having a deficit shouldn't be a constraint on just generally understood good economic policy. Like, this doesn't make any sense. Like, the $200-300 billion a year that you might be funneling into a sovereign wealth fund, you can raise so much more revenue than $200-300 billion a year to close the deficit if that's really a big deal to you. I don't know why people say this. You know, if anything, you could argue that you're reducing the sort of systemic risk of the deficit, because maybe the sovereign wealth fund ends up buying a lot of those treasuries. You become a net creditor to yourself. All right, but I don't know. People have this very I've heard this take before, and it's a very bizarre view. I'm becoming more I'm becoming more of the view that there's just no good arguments against the sovereign wealth fund. Like, it just doesn't exist. But
having considered,
we'll see. Maybe somebody.
The deficit-loving MMT point of view, that clearly sovereign wealth funds are just an illusion, and the government could just give transfer payments to to everyone, regardless of the sovereign wealth fund.
I have heard this before, but I don't know. Yeah, I think that number one, I mean, I've heard MMTers say this. They'll say like, oh, you know, there's no point in having a sovereign wealth fund because, hey, you could just tax and spend in such a way that you could just have an equivalent UBI. It's like, okay, well, that's true. It's always true that your net transfers could just be done with redistribution. Like, that is probably always the case. However, I think that there is probably just good political arguments for a sovereign wealth fund in that regard. It's like, okay, well,
yeah,
I don't really trust the government to not just dismantle any tax and distribution system, which they've already proven a perfect willingness to do. But with a sovereign wealth fund, it seems like when countries do sovereign wealth funds, they just don't get fucked with. That just seems to be the case. Like, Alaska's sovereign wealth fund never gets fucked with. Norway's doesn't. Singapore's doesn't. You know, pension funds, endowment fund, like these, I don't know. Like, for some reason, behaviorally, there just seems to be like, oh, it's like, oh, you wanna raid the fucking endowment fund? Yeah, no. Like, that's ridiculous. We can't do that. But if you were to say, oh, you cut taxes and cut spending, fucking sign me the fuck up. Why not? Like, I don't know why. Like, psychologically, people just don't seem to respond as strongly to that. And there's also enforcement problems, right? It's like, hey, you know, any tax and distribution system is susceptible to, like, your actual applied system of enforcement. Whereas it seems like with sovereign wealth fund, it's like, hey, what could possibly be the enforcement issue with a sovereign wealth fund? What could it be? You'd have to argue there's an enforcement problem with investors just receiving their dividend checks. But there's nobody says that. That doesn't exist. And then a socialist could also say that it's good to have some sort of collective control of these companies, which I think the data does show actually that government ownership, partial government ownership, does actually produce better financial results and social results. So I don't know. I mean, we were talking about like I think a U.S.
financial results for who? For the company, or for the other shareholders of the company, or for the workers?
The company seems to be more efficient and have better sort of productive efficiency if it's a minority ownership. That was like one of the meta-analyses I saw on state ownership, was that state ownership is actually a seemingly an unmitigated good if it's minority ownership. Which a sovereign wealth fund, I mean, you're not. I mean, even a U.S. sovereign wealth fund. I mean, what's like the total liquid assets in the world? I think it's like $400 or $500 trillion or something like that. Yeah, so $450 trillion liquid assets. If the U.S. had a sovereign wealth fund equivalent the size of Norway on a per person basis, then the U.S. sovereign wealth fund would be about $100 trillion. And so you wouldn't have like majority ownership in almost
yeah.
any company. A lot of that's going to be fixed income as well. It's like not even going to be, real estate and fixed income. It's like not even going to be equity ownership. But anyway, all that's to say, sovereign wealth funds are based as fuck. MMTers are weird. Nobody listens to them anyway. All right. Never heard of an MMT or having any policy relevance. Name one, non-fon. Name one. Exactly. You can't.
Didn't Stephanie Kelton worked on Bernie's staff for a little bit, right? So.
Yeah, but, she's a dork, so nobody cares. It'll be fine. But no, I'm always very skeptical whenever. I mean, you'll hear like some neoliberals or like very conservatives say this. Like they'll say like, why a sovereign wealth fund? You could just have a destination-based cash flow tax, and that would just be a sovereign wealth fund. It's like, yeah, sure, right? I mean, but you have to, like, what's more, like, I know there's hundreds of thousands of examples of sovereign wealth funds. There's hundreds of thousands of examples of them. But I can't think of a single country that has a wonky tax code. That just doesn't seem to exist, right? Like, the real world political constraints matter when we're talking about policy here.
Yeah.
Like my co-host Micah, he'll say, well, SDL, your ideology is ridiculous because, it's very unrealistic. We have to, our ideology should be based on our real world political constraint. But then he'll talk about destination-based tax, fucking cash flow taxes. It's like, bro, there's like nowhere that has that.
Listen, Micah himself, it was purely Micah, only Micah, made the entire Democratic Party YIMBY, okay? So clearly, we can do this, all right? I believe in him.
I do think, there's certain things where, like YIMBYism seems like it's just catching on. Like, that seems very possible to do. I mean, there's a lot of cities that have very liberal zoning codes and things like that. But, there's many places with land value taxes and split rate taxes and stuff like that. But, yeah, you'll just, you'll see some wonks on Twitter they'll say things like that. They'll say we should just have these various versions of taxation that are theoretically optimal. It's like, okay, well, I'm not sure why a sovereign wealth fund would be inoptimal. And number two, it's like, even if it was slightly inoptimal, okay, for instance, I don't see many like center left liberals saying things like, well, let's see, a consumed income tax is better than an income tax, so we might as well not have an income tax. Nobody says that.
Sure.
Non-fon.
Yeah.
Nobody says that because the accepted understanding is, well, it's better to have an income tax than a consumed income tax, or than nothing at all, basically, right?
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, it's a sovereign wealth fund.
This is
it's
my position, exactly. You described me. Thank you.
There you go, non-fon. We've reached the non-fon political spectrum at this point. But yeah, I've taken less of an interest in domestic political issues, and been looking more into philosophy and socialism and things like that as of late. But I guess that's partly just because I don't think that there's just not much of a political, there's not much of a policy debate happening right now, even during an election. I don't really.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't know.
It doesn't happen. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I remember in 2012 there was a real policy debate like that. There were different policies that were brought up, like taxing and spending policies, and you had this wonky Ryan tax plan that he was talking about, and how to structure Social Security, and the state of Medicaid expansion, all these things. These were all things that were discussed seemingly regularly. But now it's not much. I think there was a lot of policy discussion when Biden first took office, and there was all these different welfare proposals, and that was like a pretty based time, because it's a whole bunch of discussion on how to structure welfare and what was best. But ever since the Republicans took over a chamber, it's like, well, what's even the point? No point. Nothing's gonna get passed. And that's fair enough. It's like, what the fuck is the point of talking about, a congressman on what the best welfare system is? These guys, you can't get anything passed through these guys. These Republicans would vote against the fucking, the fucking every child gets a free hug fucking act. So What are you gonna do? Non-fawn, impossible. When's this debate?
Yeah, I don't know.
When is it non-fawn?
October 20th. So 1 week
October
from now.
20th? That's so far away. A
Yeah, I know.
week? Goodness. All right. Next Sunday? They're doing a Sunday debate?
Do they
Do they do these
pretty sure all
weekly?
the recruitment ones. I don't know how often they do them. I forget. I think they do one a month. I think this is the last one at least.
Goodness. All right. And Dylan's hosting it?
No, it's a recruitment one. I'm not a cool person like you, Econ boy. I'm on the recruitment debate, okay? I don't get Dylan Burns. I get West Side Tyler.
West Side Tyler. I have so he's the one hosting it, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's interesting. I don't know how Dylan has I don't know how he's gotten these people to agree to do this for him. He's scammed them. He's tricked them all into, being little contractors for him.
I guess, yeah.
Man. All right. Anything else you wanted to talk about non-flan?
I don't think so. Thanks for you have perms to join us anytime you want, by the way. So just know that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
All right, non-fun. Socialism will prevail. You will one day be an ally of the proletariat, I'm sure. Okay.
I'm sure. Yep. All right.
All right. See you, bud.
One day, socialist non-fun will return. But until then, we have to read about CPI. Where do we leave off? Stigler Commission recommended the quality adjustments. What did Isaac send me? Forgot.
Dude, this is a Kamala Harris rally.
Damn, so jealous. So jealous. Biggest non-fun supporter here. Goddamn. Shout out Isaac. I don't know if he's still watching, but also, I don't know if you and me still here. Isn't hiding the effects of interest rates kind of deceptive? You just don't. The problem is, raising interest rates is how we fight inflation. Essentially, that's what we do to fight inflation for the most part. So, having a direct effect of raising interest rates in inflation, it's just probably not. It's gonna make the central bank get bad decisions. When inflation is too high, the Federal Reserve particularly raised interest rates to cool off the economy, but the inclusion of mortgage payments CPI meant that raising interest rates mechanistically increased the inflation rate. That caused confusing signals for the central bank. We still try to account for shelter prices through owner's equivalent rent. But it's just it's just way too confusing of a signal to have, right? This is what people always bring up, is that the 1983 methodology was changed to hide the inflation. Yeah, it's wild, but and also, like I said, you don't want to. I don't know if I would call it double counting. You don't want to... You don't want to count like the interest payment. So this is the example I use here. If you buy a washing machine with a credit card, you really only want to count to measure inflation. Consumer price inflation. You really only want to count the actual price of the washing machine. You don't want to count the interest paid on the resulting debt. Counting both home price and mortgage payments with double counting. Buying a home with mortgage doesn't actually pay the price. The bank does, including both made housing prices substantially overweight in CPI relative to other methodologies. Yeah. So like, you know, the true base take here is that we shouldn't measure shelter prices at all. We should, or I shouldn't say at all. The central bank should not weight shelter prices as heavily as it does. Okay. European countries don't do it. They use the harmonized inflation data. Doesn't include shelter prices. Okay. Why do we include shelter prices when they lag so much? We should replace owner's equivalent rent with the new tenant rent index. That's my proposal. I don't know if anyone else has talked about this. That's my idea. Maybe there's a reason it wouldn't work. Maybe there's a reason it's bad. That's what I think we should do. Or just use harmonize, or just like, I mean, you can take the mean of the harmonized data and in regular CPI or something like that, or just use harmonized data. That's a true base take. Okay, quality adjustments. As Representative Thomas Curtis noted at the hearings, adjusting appropriately for quality improvements was critical to allow the inflation data to guide policymaking appropriately. His example came from the healthcare sector, for which price indexes were increasing rapidly. If it had been that the increased price in the area health cost has come as a result of tremendous quality advancements, then the organization in this sector of health field has been doing an excellent job, and we don't want to direct our primary attention to messing around in that sector, certainly not in a drastic way. Yet that is exactly the proposal that are before this Congress, and have been for years. I'm only directing attention to the importance of statistics and economic series in giving us accurate information so we can make policy decisions intelligently. Today, the BLS uses a method called hedonic adjustment to adjust for quality changes for certain types of items. I've read about this before. People get I've had people get mad. I don't want to say mad. I've had people not accept data because of this before. They really don't like it, especially because they made I think in 2022 or something, they made a change to quality adjustments, and then in 2024 they just made a change to how often the weights and for certain items were changed. They used to do it twice a year, or no, they used to do it every 2 years based on the previous 2 years' data. Now they do it once a year based on the previous year's data. This is a statistical approach that estimates the contribution of different characteristics of the item price using regression analysis. Having worked out how much each feature is worth for personal computers, for example, the main characteristics using a hedonic. Uh-oh. Hello? Did my Wi-Fi just cut out? I think I came back. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep going then. For example, the main characteristics using a hedonic adjustment include the speed of the CPU, amount of RAM, and hard drive storage capacity. Then prices can be deflated by product changes. Hedonic adjustment has been especially important given innovations in cars and information. I think I'm back, right? Chat, am I back? Chat, is this real? Chat. Am I going on? Oh no, the Rumble stream, I think it might be broken. Oh no, wait, the Rumble stream still works. Shout out Rumble, okay. Okay, well, Alright, we're back. Okay. These adjustments use regression analysis. I don't know how that's used here to estimate the contribution of different characteristics of the item to its price. For example, characteristics used to adjust for quality changes. Bro, he's got the fucking zoomies right now. And computers or include CPU speed, RAM, and storage capacity. Then prices can be deflated by quality changes. Using the prices are deflated for quality changes. As well as quality adjustments, the Stigler Commission recommended the broadening of the target audience for CPI. At the time, the Bureau of Labor Statistics tracked the spending patterns of urban clerical workers, that is, urban and metropolitan area households, in which at least half of the income comes from clerical or wage occupations, and at least one earner has been employed for at least 37 weeks during the previous year. In 1978, the BLS began tracking the spending of all urban consumers, a group that also includes professionals, self-employed, unemployed, or retired people, in addition to urban clerical workers, and accounts for about 90% of the population. Oh, damn. I didn't know it was that high. Actually, well, what counts as urban? Just a place like above 50,000 people or whatever? Oh, I'm streaming. I don't know. I don't think the YouTube stream ever broke. I don't know if the Twitch stream did. The Rumble stream still seems to be working. I don't really care about the other streams too much. But everything seems to be working. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, the commission. Is this just going to link to the same thing? Oh, it doesn't. Christian also recommended broadening the base tracked for spending patterns from only urban clerical workers to all urban consumers. Which accounts for about 90% of the population. The expenditure share of the broader population uses weights when constructing CPI today. The price of each item in an index is multiplied by the item share consumption for a typical consumer. I'll just add, even though I know this, but which are used for weights? The Boskin Commission. Gotta start my own music again. Okay. Oh wait, did I start? I did start to stream music. Okay. The next extensive external evaluation of the CPI came several decades later in 1995 when the Senate Finance Committee appointed an advisory commission to study the Consumer Price Index, headed by Michelle. I don't know. I gotta learn to fucking read, guys. Boskin, an economist who had served on President George H.W. Bush's Council of Economic Advisors. The Boston Commission estimated in 1996 that CPI had overestimated inflation by about 1.1 percentage points per year in 1995 and 1996, a very large bias that would result in substantial overestimates of the price level when compounded over multiple years. Part of this measure... Ooh. I've thought about asking this question. I don't know. I don't know. I think this is a reasonable question, but I don't think it actually leads anywhere. I kind of want to ask people who think the data is actually fake or misleading. Do you think the U.S. economy would have the strongest economy in the world if the BLS data was so inaccurate? If the BLS data was truly manipulated to show inflation lower than it was, or to show unemployment as lower than it is, and the central bank was using this data to make its monetary policy, would we really have an economy as good as we do now? Obviously, they think the economy is worse than it is, but that just doesn't seem logical. But I don't know what the response would be to that. I don't think it's a question that leads to many places. Okay. The next big changes came to CPI after the Senate Finance Committee appointed that. In 1995. I guess I'll include this. The Commission found CPI had overstated inflation by about 1.1 percentage points per year. 1996, very large bias. It's a very large bias. The result of substantial overestimates at a price level. When compounded over multiple years. Part of the bias was from substitution effects. Or should I guess I can just have this to explain substitution bias. If the price of apple rises, consumers may switch to red apples rise. Consumers may switch to green apples. If the price of apples at Kroger's rise, consumers may switch to apples at Walmart. If the prices of all apples rise, consumers may switch to bananas. Thus, the prices these people pay do not rise as much as the price as the price index rises if substitution effects are not accountable or not accounted for. That's not even the best example of substitution bias, but okay. Another major source of measurement bias came from the introduction of new products like VCRs and cell phones. It had taken over a decade for these new products to be included in the CPI, but the price of these items had fallen substantially in the first decade. Since the CPI missed a period of major price declines, it had overstated inflation. The Commission recommended changes to the index formula to account for substitution effects and more rapid introduction of new goods and services into the index. It also recommended the BLS devote less time and effort to sampling the prices of items with minimal quality changes like apples and bananas in order to focus more on attention on prices of goods with major quality changes and goods whose prices varied a lot across locations. The economist Robert Gordon, who is a member of the Commission, explains why the report caused political shockwaves. Okay, let me write down the things first. Another source of bias was from the late introduction of new products, specifically, or just says like VCRs, but it doesn't really. Since it had taken over a decade for these new products to be included in CPI, the index had missed the period of major price declines it had. Period of major price declines they had in their first decade. Count for these. Commission recommended what they were. I don't know what they recommended. To focus more time on sampling products that didn't have changes of quality. The BLS devote less of its effort to sampling prices with minimal quality changes in order to focus more attention on prices of goods with major quality changes. Okay, changes in the index formula to account for substitution effects and more rapid introduction of new goods and services into the index. Also recommended focusing or spending more time sampling the prices of goods that experience rapid changes of quality. over goods that are over goods with minimal quality changes like apples and bananas. Okay, the economist Robert Gordon, political shockwaves. The enormous amount of journalistic attention given to the Commission's findings reflect the central role of CPI measurement in almost every major economic issue. A bias in the growth of CPI contaminates official estimates of growth in output and productivity, median income, and real wages. It alters the growth rates of government tax revenues and spending programs that are indexed to inflation. It has major consequences for the time path of the government budget deficit and national debt. It produces misleading estimates of inflation for monetary policymakers for whom the inflation rate is a critical target. It distorts estimates of poverty rates, and it clouds comparisons of the comparative economic performance of nations. The implications for government tax revenues and spending were most attention-grabbing. In September 1995, the New York Times reported that the Buskin estimates that fixing CPI bias could reduce the federal deficit by $634 billion over the next 10 years. That is between because of Social Security. 1995 to 2005, by reducing the need for Social Security and other benefit programs linked to the index to grow as quickly. This suggests an appeal to members of Congress looking for a quick way to cut spending and reduce the budget deficit, but was condemned by lobbyists from the American Association of Retired Persons who did not want to risk a cut in the cost of living, adjustments to Social Security, and other benefits. As it turned out, a major reduction in the budget deficit in the years following the report reduced the sense of political urgency surrounding the report. Still, the Commission did have important impacts on BLS methods. In 2002, the BLS began updating its expenditure weights every 2 years instead of every decade or so. They now do it every 1 year, like I said. To estimate these expenditure weights, which represent the share of consumption that households spend in each category, the BLS relies on the consumer expenditure surveys, which they mentioned earlier. Yeah, duh. Which consists of an interview survey and a diary survey. The interview survey asks respondents about large and recurring expenses like property, automobiles, major appliances, rent, and utilities. The diary survey, diary? I can't fucking read. Diary, right? Has respondents collect information about other purchases that may be more frequent and hard to remember, like food and beverages. 2. Adjust these weights. BLS relies on consumer expenditure surveys consisting of what's the one I mentioned first? An interview survey and a diary survey. Interview survey. That's about large and recurring expenses. Property, automobiles, major appliances, rent, and utilities. Dairy survey. That's about more frequent or hard to more frequent purchases like food and beverages. Oops. I thought I copied. Also in 2002, the BLS began publishing a change CPI, which uses a different formula for substitution effects that the Commission highlighted. For a simple example, suppose that in 1 year, households spend half of their income on apples and half on bananas, and both apples and bananas cost $1 per pound. In year 2, bananas are still $1 per pound, but apples increase in price to $2 per pound. Using the expenditure weights from 1 year, the price level in 1 year is 0.5 times 1 plus 0.5 times 1 is equal to 1. The price year in year 2 is 0.5 times 2 plus 0.5 times 1 equals 1.5. Makes sense. Okay, the increase in the price level is 50%, but it's very likely that households won't continue spending the same share of their income on apples when apples have an increased price relative to bananas. So suppose the expenditure weight on apples falls to 25% and the expenditure weight on bananas rises to 75%. Using the year 2 expenditure weights, the price level in year 1 is 0.25 times 1 plus 0.75 times 1 is equal to 1, and a price level in year 2 is 0.25 times 2 plus 0.75 times 1 equals 1.25. The increases in the price level is 25%. The change CPI computes both of these inflation rates and takes the average. Okay. Plus on how one household's been. Okay, so I get this. Increase of 50%. Suppose the expenditure weight falls to 25% and the expenditure weight of bananas rises to 75%. Using the year 2 expenditure weights, the price level. Changed CPI is lower than unchanged CPI inflation because it accounts for lower weights in goods that have become relatively more expensive, like apples. That's a simple example. As shown in the chart opposite, the traditional and changed CPI measures track each other closely, but changed CPI is about a quarter percentage point lower than the traditional measure. In 2014 and 2015, Barack Obama proposed using the changed CPI rather than CPI to adjust Social Security benefits as a part of effort to reduce government spending. To reduce government spending to reduce the federal deficit, Congress rejected this proposal, which Representative Greg Walden, a Republican, described as a shocking attack on seniors, trying to balance the budget on the backs of seniors. God damn. Imagine if Republicans felt this way about, like, the child tax credit. What? Are you kidding me, bro? Dude, we used to have... Dude, I can't imagine a world where Republicans talk this way. Oh, my God. I'm going to start talking this way. Wait, if anyone opposes, like, the child tax credit or, like, or... I don't know. What's some other deficit increasing things that are... that I could do this with? Free school lunch. Yeah. This is a shocking attack on children, and trying to balance the budget on the backs of hungry children. I'm talking like this, okay? I think my did the YouTube short, dude. I don't understand what's wrong with my dude. My Wi-Fi is. I got it fixed, man. I don't know what the fuck is up with it. Okay, time to figure out this example. Okay, for a simple example, suppose one year. Households spend spend half their income on apples and the other half on bananas. Both of which are $1. In year 2, bananas are still $1, but apples increase in price per pound. I mean, pound doesn't matter. But apples increase in price to $2 per pound. In year 2, price of bananas stays the same, but the price of apples increases to $2. Using expenditure weights from year 1, price level in the first year is this. Price level in year 2 is that. Makes sense. Okay. So the increase is 50%. This shows a 50% increase in price level. However, if the price of apples rise, unlikely households will spend the same share of income on apples relative to bananas. Suppose the expenditure weight on apples falls to 25% using the expenditure weight on bananas rises 75%. Years 2. And here we'll do this. Year 2's. Price level. Oh, okay. So using why did I capitalize that? Using year 2's weights. Price level in year 1 is that, and in year 2 is that, which shows only a 25% increase. This shows only a 25% increase in the price level. Change CPI. Change CPI computes both of these inflation rates and takes the average. Is this just linked to the, like, Fred? No. Better reflect changes in consumer buying patterns because use information while people buy in a period before and after a period after price change. Essentially, BLS calculates one measure of inflation. They use it the first period. Basket another measure of inflation. They use the second period. Okay, now I get this. I understand. All right. Now I gotta need any of that open right now. Okay, change CPI is lower. Makes sense. Why? Or let's say. It's usually about, is it a quarter percentage point? A quarter percentage point lower than the traditional measure. Okay, Barack Obama. Essentially, to change CPI. Eventually, the change CPI did make its way into fiscal policy. Tax brackets are normally adjusted for inflation to keep inflation from pushing consumers into higher tax brackets. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017 began using the change CPI base Trump moment, rather than the standard CPI. I didn't mean to click that. Standard CPI to index tax brackets to inflation. This means that the tax bracket do not increase as quickly as they would have using the standard CPI, so more consumers end up in higher tax brackets. The Joint Committee on Taxation estimated this change would increase the government's tax revenues by about $134 billion over the first 10 years. Wait, what? Do not increase as quickly, so consumers end up. Oh, yeah, no, that makes sense. Never mind. basket of measures, I would say, since the 2017, or no, that's just some of this Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, change CPI is used to index tax brackets. The CPI remains one of the most important inflation measures in the US today, but it's not the only one. Another is the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, produced by the Bureau of Economic Analysis, BEA, an agency within the Department of Commerce, publishes another. Other key national statistics include GDP. Because some of the differences in construction and coverage, CPI inflation is usually about half a percentage point higher than PCE inflation. The chart opposite shows how PCE grows more slowly than the CPI. Another inflation index is the, I'm aware what PCE is. I don't know, I thought it was still produced by the BLS, but produced by the BEA. I don't care about that. It's a sub-department of the Chamber of Commerce. Usually around half a percentage point. This is linked to a chart. No, it links to it. It actually links to relevance to half the time. And these fucking articles. I mean, not like a chart showing it would be completely irrelevant, but like they have it down here. I was expecting it just to like link to a chart that just shows this. But what major difference between PCE and CPI is that the PCE has a broader scope than the CPI. The CPI only, dude, just call it CPI. I don't need the word "the" messes me up so much. Just call it. We don't need it. We don't need it. I don't care if it's proper grammar or whatever. We don't need it. Just say CPI only includes goods and services. Goods and services purchases made out of pocket by urban households. The PCE index covers these purchases, but also includes purchases of rural households, 10% of population, and importantly, goods and services consumed by third parties and by half of households, most notably healthcare. PCE has a broader scope than CPI, tracking, or I'll make this a sentence here. It tracks both urban and rural consumers. I mean, I already noticed, but CPI, when it tracks urban, and includes goods and services consumed by third parties from half households, most notably healthcare. CPI only includes out-of-pocket purchases. Medical care services paid through employer-provided healthcare, or employer-provided health insurance, or Medicare and Medicaid are in the PCE, but not the CPI. This means PCE weights more for healthcare services are substantially higher than the CPI weight for healthcare services. Because PCE includes these additional types of expenditures, the weights on the categories that it shares with CPI are smaller. Most notably, the weight in housing in CPI is 30% compared to just 15% of PCE. Strong house price growth has contributed to the gap between CPI and PCE. The gap also comes from how PCE accounts for consumer substitution. This is the big thing I've heard before, obviously, is that CPI weights housing so much, so heavily compared to PCE. Okay, so let's say including employer provided health insurance and Medicare or Medicare and Medicaid. Means the weight for healthcare services is essentially higher than in CPI. Fuck that. Okay, I'll say since PCE has a broader scope, the weights and categories it shares with CPI are smaller. Most importantly, the weight on housing in the CPI is 30% compared to just 15% PCE. Increasing housing prices and PCEs better accounting for substitution effects. It's mostly responsible for the gap between CPI and PCE. Biden has inflation fetish. He does, obviously, and so do I. I love inflation so much. The two indexes have different uses. The federal government. Oh, by the way, you missed it, Covenant on K. When Econ was here, we were making fun of MMTs for a little bit. Federal government uses CPI measures to index benefits like Social Security, and for Treasury index inflation bonds. The Federal Reserve, long after Fitzgerald's death, affirmed its commitment to pricing stability by announcing an explicit 2% target inflation in 2012. The Fed policymakers on the Federal Open Market Committee carefully considered which index to use when defining their target. They settled on the PCE rather than the CPI because there was more comprehensive coverage of how it accounts for substitution effects. Yet another major price index, the GDP deflator, constructed by Bureau Economic Analysis, is even broader, but the data is released too slowly for it to be useful to rate setters. Econ always a nerd, true. Owned. For former St. Louis Fed President James Bullard, the discrepancy between the Fed's use of PCE and the federal government's use of CPI is reason for pause. If PCE released a better measure than using CPI to uprate, what's up? I don't know how to pronounce that. Ilani, who? Whatever. Welcome to the stream. Then using the CPI to update benefits means continually growing their real value over time unintentionally. Okay, so PCE is used for is what the Federal Reserve uses for its 2% inflation target. Whilst the federal government uses CPI for or to an index benefits like Social Security, and for Treasury inflation index bonds. This might be good to read at some point. I will side with whatever inflation measure makes Joe Biden look better. And I will defend it to the death. Though the Fed officially targets PCE, it takes many different inflation measures into account as it tries to understand the sources of inflationary pressures and to forecast where inflation is headed. A wide and growing variety of measures is available not only to policymakers but also to researchers. Most importantly, for both the PCE and the CPI, both headline and core inflation measures are available. Fed also takes other inflation measures into account to forecast inflation setting. Both PCE and CPI have core indexes, or have headline and core measures. The core measures exclude. Saw your free will debate. What's up, the official Ness? Welcome to the stream. Did you enjoy it? Exclude food and energy prices. Certain volatile prices, such as typically food and energy prices. I thought it was only food and energy, but yep, there is no universe where you didn't enjoy it. It was the only thing that could have happened. The only thing that ever could have happened is you watched it, you enjoyed it, and you scrolled through your YouTube short stream, and you found me. These core measures thus result in smoother inflation series that can give better insights into longer run trends and are less driven by supply shocks. Paul Krugman, a Nobel-winning prize economist and the New York Times opinion columnist, explains that, quote, "We don't exclude these prices because we think they don't matter, because they fluctuate in ways that can lead to policy mistakes. For example, although the Fed officially targets headline PCE inflation, monetary policymakers pay careful attention to core inflation measures because they want to avoid responding to changes in energy and commodity prices that are likely to be temporary or that reflect supply-side phenomenon that monetary policy cannot address." Agree with you on that. It's annoying that no free will is strictly tied to determinism. Yeah, it was that was kind of a basing argument. I could tell you read the good book. Yeah, it's there's not a good. I need a better way to describe it, because like I think I did like tell him before, like I'm coming at this from a closer to like determinist perspective or whatever. And it's just like, well, obviously I acknowledge not everything is deterministic. Obviously I acknowledge that. I agree. And he's like, well, that means you're not a determinist. And like, well, there's just not I don't, like, the prompt is, do we have free will? Not, is determinism true? If the prompt was, is determinism true? Then maybe we'd have a point. But yeah, there's just not a good way to, do it. I feel bad okay. This is the I've been over this a few times, but this is the record of non-bot debate opponents, okay, for formal debates on the Bosses Debate Deathmatch. First is the first was Trash Panda about abortion. I win. That was my only non-unanimous decision. I win. Panda blocks me. He blocks me. Refuses to speak to me ever again. I think I'm banned from his Twitch chat. I think he has me like fucking blocked on Twitch or whatever. I don't know if he can block me on Twitch, but he never comes into my chat anymore. Refuses to interact with me at all. He hates it. Second debate opponent, Bimmy on wealth taxes. I win by unanimous decision. He's banned from Twitch now, so I count that as a W. You know, complete obliteration. Can't stream on Twitch anymore, except for he keeps making new Twitch accounts and they get struck down. So he's had Twitch accounts get struck down 3 times in a single stream, bro. He does stream on Kick though, and he still gets viewers. So, and then we have the last guy from the free will debate, North. Unanimous decision win. And then he left the server, and I think that we debated in the Boston server. Then he blocked me, and then I think he deleted his Twitch account as well. He still has his YouTube account. I feel bad. He shouldn't have done that. I like talking to him. I talked to you about other things before. He's like fine. Like, he was a good dude. Like I've lost. Like the first debate I did, I lost horribly. I don't even think it's on my channel anymore because I'm so fucking embarrassed by it. Okay, it's not even up anymore. I'm not even a good debater now. I'm by no means a good debater. It's just that like I read what Noah Smith says and what Matt Darling says on Twitter, and they epically debunk every argument that my opponent's going to bring against me. Or with the free will stuff, like I just read Sam Harris and Robert Sapolsky. And it was easy. Anyway. Fed officially targets headline inflation. Definitely a case of salty feelings. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Bimmy's still cool with me though. Bimmy's the only one that'll talk. Bimmy is banned on Twitch, but that's just because he fucking peed on the floor. Not because he lost a debate with me. He did. I think he was banned on Twitch before that debate. I'm pretty sure. But like, I think the last one, people really get defensive when the notion is attacked. Yeah. It's that's it. My free will thing is the one I get the most hate for. I have this one. I got it. Like, here's the issue. Like, when I talk to normies about free will, and not like other like streamers and people who know philosophy. Like one of my friends, Ellie. Like I was just talking to her about it, and like they basically what happens is they bring up like increasingly extreme examples of like human evil, and then they say if I won't condemn that, like I'm a bad person. Basically, so we got to the point where it's like you wouldn't support putting someone in prison if this guy, I don't know, I don't want to say it in Twitch, but like a very extreme example of human evil, you know, to a 6-month-old baby, a guy who R-worded a 6-month-old baby to death, you wouldn't give him a death penalty. And it's like, well, like, no matter how extreme you make the case of human evil, like you've provided no argument against free will. all you've done is just provide a case where I look bad, and like, it's the pleasure of punishment, yeah. But I'm not even like principally like in theory we could have a like utility maximizing punishment. It's just like, yeah, because like clearly on some level punishment, even if the punishment is just being isolated from society and like some type of like even like a relatively comfy prison or whatever, like even that level of punishment is probably enough for a lot of people not to commit crimes, just because they're like, most people want to live the ordinary lives. They don't want to, yeah. Visually targets head-on inflation, but also considers core inflation to avoid making mistakes based on short-term swings in volatile prices that basically Norway already does it, yeah. Short-term swings in volatile prices that already said short-term. Okay, or that are short-term swings. Swings in volatile prices that are likely temporary or to reflect supply side phenomena. Monetary policy interest. The traditional core inflation measure, which excludes food and energy, is not a perfect measure of underlying inflation. Prices other than food and energy might swing because of supply shocks, as was the case with used car prices when pandemic-related disruptions due to global car production and a computer chip shortage reduced the supply of new cars, in turn raising demand for used cars. Another issue is that, dude, this resulted in like almost a third of inflation at one point. Almost like a third of inflation at one point was because of this. It was because of these like pretty short-term supply side issues. It was like the like perfect storm. Also, like, because during COVID initially, like a lot of rental car companies sold off their fleet. And then once the COVID lockdown started ending, they wanted to build up their fleets again. So all these rental companies were buying cars, while at the same time new cars would more expensive because of the semiconductor stuff. So it was just like the perfect storm to cause used car prices to skyrocket, and it was responsible for like a third of inflation at one point. Another issue is that shelter prices have a weight of about 40% in the core CPI, excluding food and energy, and shelter price inflation is difficult to measure. That's one way to put it. I was about to say it's probably by Paul Krugman, right? Any time. I mean, he's bait. Don't get me wrong, he's bait. It's just like, anytime like someone's arguing like inflation is lower than it is, like it reports to be, it's like probably probably proven. We will read this though. Fuck. For renter-occupied housing, the cost of shelter is the rent. For owner-occupied housing, the cost is an estimate of the owner's equivalent rent, the rent that owners would be paying if they were renting. These estimates are subject to errors, which can be quite large during a big surge in housing prices, as occurred in 2021. My issue with punishment is preventing is far more effective, considering neuroscience, true, genetics, and epigenetic interaction environment. Basically, blatantly, all proof it comes down to environment. Yeah. There's no international consensus on the treatment of rents and price indexes, and different shelter and rent inflation sometimes explain large differences between the United States and other countries. Yeah, they all use the superior harmonized index of inflation. Okay, so for renters, the cost of housing, it's just rent. But for owners, or owner-occupied housing, the cost is an estimate of workers' own equivalent rent they would be paying. These estimates subject to errors, which can be quite large. One more point that I'll ask what you're discussing today. Just, I mean, you can keep. I mean, I like talking in chat even if it's unrelated to what we're doing right now. Right now, I'm just reading economic shit for economic. I mean, I guess I'm reading this partly for the debate. I was reading it before I even knew it was going to happen. Like, just so we're clear, Danovo. Yes, this is research, but also 90% of what I do on stream is research. Like, you're not special, buddy. I'm not. You're not special, okay? I do research even if there's no debate coming up, okay? I don't know if any of us are here, but you're not special, buddy. This debate, not special, okay? Like, I like it's 90%. Like 60% of what I do on stream, maybe. Not 50% of what I do on stream. It's just reading boring shit, okay? You ain't special. You ain't special. There's no international consensus on the treatment of rent. Oh, we read that. Other varieties of core inflation measures address some of these issues. Instead of including the same categories, food and energy, each month, an alternative is to exclude the categories that exhibited biggest rises and declines in prices in that particular month. This approach is to trimmed mean or median measures that are available for both CPI and PCE. The trend, median, and mean figures from the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland are shown in the graph below. Like the core less food and energy series, they are smoother than the headline CPI. What's the lowest one here? Whatever the lowest one here is the base one. CPI? Wait, there's no regular CPI is the lowest, right? Is it? I guess. Oh, it doesn't have PCE though. Okay, that makes sense. Well, this is because of shelter prices. This is also because of shelter prices. And this is also because of shelter prices. Okay. Different way to measure core inflation is to exclude the categories that exhibit the biggest rise and declines in prices in that particular month, rather than excluding just food and energy. each month. This approach of the trend, mean, and median measures that are relevant for both CPI and PCE. What is this linked to even? Okay. $1.1. Oh, that's month over month. Okay, 2.2. 2.7. The Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta publishes several sticky price CPI measures, which only include items that change price relatively infrequently, like public transportation, medical care services, and motor vehicle insurance. When sellers know that they can only make price changes infrequently, they need to be forward-looking, taking expected future inflation into account when setting their prices. Thus, like core measures, sticky prices may also be useful in forecasting where inflation is headed. Other central banks, including the Bank of Japan, also rely on a variety of different inflation measures when assessing inflation developments. Which only include... Okay, let's cover that. Publishes... I don't know, I'll just several. Sticky price CPI measures. Only including items which change prices infrequently. Like public transportation, medical care services, and vehicle motor insurance. The availability of such a large variety of inflation measures means can sometimes lead to controversy as commentators' choices about which measure. What's up, Captain? Okay. Bro, this is interesting. This is Subway Surfers. You have Subway Surfers. Stop complaining. I will. What's the... There's nothing more boring. I was going to say, like, I'm going to do something even more boring. There's not... I can't do it. I can't... This isn't even talking about inflation and its implications. To some, inflation's a big issue, right? This is talking about how different inflation metrics are calculated. Okay, it's as dense as it gets, lame as it gets. It's not inflation already can be boring. Okay, but at least like sometimes it's like fun implications. You couldn't even think of something more boring. I know, yeah. Given the early trip is politically driven, in June 2023, Krugman used a very narrow super core inflation measure based consumer prices excluding food, energy, used cars, and shelter in the New York Times op-ed following the release of a new CPI report for May. As can be seen in the chart above, super core inflation fell more rapidly than less standard food and energy prices in 2023. At a time of Krugman's op-ed, the standard core inflation remained elevated, but at the super core inflation measure instead painted a clear picture of disinflation. A few months later in October, he posted a graph of supercore inflation on X with the caption, "The war on inflation is over. We won at little cost." Based. Krugman's focus on supercore inflation The Supercore measures received considerable pushback. He was mocked for saying inflation is over if you just exclude most of what people buy. In turn, he accused his critics of disinflation denial for refusing to believe inflation was actually falling. Based. Oh no, he got community noted. Oh no. Oh no, they got him. Can't believe they got him. My Twitter stream did go down, didn't it? Yeah, so clearly my Wi-Fi did go out. Don't really know why. But okay. $14K updates and 15 replies. How you know you're right? Terrell. I mean, he should have, like... he probably should have said, just like, this is a disinflation indicator, not a... This is a forward-looking disinflation indicator, not a what inflation is at right now indicator. I think that if he said... The problem is, voter, like, 90% of people on Twitter don't... 90% of people on Twitter don't even understand what inflation is. They think inflation is, like... they confuse inflation and cumulative inflation, okay? Like 50% of people I interact with on Twitter, or like, you know, 50% of like the replies to any economic post I see where it says like real income is adjusted for inflation, or like 100% of people on Twitter are retards, true, or, you know, it's like someone saying inflation, you know, latest report is at 2.4%, and then they say, Actually, they're misleading because that's 2.4% on top of the 1 quadrillion sextillion percent that Joe Biden added. And it's like, okay, dude, like, yeah, you're confusing inflation and cumulative inflation. We get it. If you want to talk about cumulative inflation, talk about cumulative inflation. But we don't use cumulative inflation when talking about fucking rate cuts, dude. Like, what? At the time of writing, in 2024, inflation is falling by nearly any measure, but as Krugman's Supercore episode illustrates, the past few years have intensified public scrutiny of official price indexes and led to debate over interpretations. In light of the scrutiny, it's important for national statistics agencies to maintain their credibility by adopting methodological improvements, learning from both the private sector and academic researchers, and communicating clearly with the public. True inflation equals increase in money supply in Austria. True. That's why we need to hand money supply creation, or the control over the money supply, directly to Donald J. American savior, Donald J. Trump. Are there anything else about the new assassination attempt? I would never harm him. Says he probably didn't. It probably isn't even a real. Wow, crazy. I can say it's complete bullshit. I'm an artist, the last person to cause any violence to anybody. This guy was hanging out with the Hodge. He's a registered Republican. He ran for like state senate at the Republican Party. He was hanging out with multiple conservative influencers. This dude, he's probably just a retard who brought a gun to the rally because he's a dumbass. With lawfully carrying firearms claims Trump's would-be assassin. Sheriff doesn't remember saying it was assassination attempt. And as it was assassination attempt, Sheriff said, "I will be honest with you, I don't remember saying it was. But it certainly would be something I did say." Inflation is falling. Just by nearly any measure. I don't know what measure inflation would be rising, but by nearly any measure. But the inflation surge led to intensified public scrutiny of official price indexes, led to debates about their interpretations. Just as our Bureau of Statistics responded to Stigler and the Balkan Commission by revising its methods, it responded to the COVID-19 pandemic and post-pandemic inflation. For example, the pandemic demonstrated that that biennial, every other year, updates to the expenditures were too infrequent in times of rapid changes. The pandemic very quickly shifted these types of goods and services that people are buying, so expenditure weights on survey data from 2018 came out of date. People are spending more on food and other items facing large price increases, and less in categories experiencing falling prices like transportation. Applying the official CPI measure was underestimating inflation. The Bureau of Labor Statistics could not move quickly enough to change the estimates of expenditure weights, but private researchers could. The economist Alberto Calvo used data collected from credit card and debit card transactions to build his own set of weights. That is construct a new COVID CPI measure, which indeed rose more quickly than the official CPI measure in the first months of the pandemic, as the figure following shows. Oh, but interestingly, it was lower. Okay. So an argument I like to make when individuals use evil to debate strategy, just say okay. If they are okay with the current justice and practices of... Oh, yeah, well... YouTube cut you off, but... pandemic inflation. Okay, so I would say during COVID, people's spending habits. Any rat content today? Probably not. I might play fucking Roblox in a bit, dude, but because my friend wants to. Rapidly. People are spending a lot more food on their roads, facing a lot of price increases and less underestimated inflation. Okay, I know that's too long. People spend more money on things like food that we're experiencing large price increases, whilst they were spending less on things like transportation. Which saw prices fall. BLS. Couldn't change its expenditure weights quickly enough. Or probably researchers could. Using credit card data, or credit debit card data. This guy constructed a new COVID CPI measure indeed rose faster than the official CPI in the first months of the pandemic. Logic, I think, add the practices led. What? I think YouTube censorship is bad, brother. How was experience constructing alternatives as official inflation statistics began in some country? Argentina began doctoring his inflation statistics in 2007 to hide inflation that rose above 12% in 2006 and likely averaged above 20% from 2007 to 2011. Cavello, a group called the oh no way, real fake inflation numbers. Cavello, a group called the Billion Prices Project at MIT, used web scraping techniques to collect the prices of goods sold online in Argentina and 4 other Latin American countries. For all but Argentina, the price index based on online prices closely tracked official price indexes, but of Argentina, Cavello's estimates of inflation were 3 times higher than official estimates, and Cavello's estimates soon became more trusted than the official statistics. Cavello and the other researchers behind the Billion Prices Project have since extended their methodology to other countries, including the United States. In 2011, they started a private company called PriceStats, which produces daily frequent inflation measures for central banks and financial sector consumers in 25 countries, including the United States, using data as millions of products for prices of hundreds of retailers. In the United States, private inflation estimates may supplement official estimates, but are unlikely to replace them, in part to reflect statistical agencies' willingness to refine their methods, learn from private researchers, and maintain methodological transparency. For example, having learned that biennial expenditure weights were too infrequent, BLS will update its expenditure weights every year, beginning in 2023. I had this cited at me earlier as evidence of them faking data. It's interesting. I didn't actually consider that they did that because of COVID changing people's spending habits more quickly. I like the argument. I was just like, well, yeah, this is clearly just a way for them to more accurately reflect inflation. It's interesting that they had to do this to more accurately reflect inflation during COVID, because inflation was artificially low for the first few months of COVID, and they had to do this to make sure that it didn't happen again. That's interesting. BLS also recently sponsored a study modernizing the consumer price index for the 20th century to investigate additional improvements to CPI that could be adopted in years to come. The study's panelists considered a variety of innovations by Cavello and other researchers and recommended that DBLS experiment using a wide variety of data sources, including online transactional data, to improve the timeliness and accuracy of estimates. Where's the U.S.? United States. This is not. It doesn't even have it a percent. What? So we're at like 2% with price stats as well. Did I get censored? I think so. I think you missed a message. I think I missed your message on like providing an example of current evil in the justice system. But I mean, I understand your point, but... Okay. Cal also. Scrapes prices from online to produce daily frequent inflation measures. I'll do that for this. When was this written? July 17th? Okay, so it's a little bit out of date by now. Considering this updates daily. Truflation. Where's it get its data from? Okay. In the United States, private inflation estimates in a supplement, blah, blah, blah. Okay, they sponsored this survey. Which recommended that you'd be able to experiment with a wider variety of data sources, including online transaction data, to improve timeliness and accuracy of assessments. The development of price and inflation measures has often been driven by political controversies, especially during times of war or during times of labor disputes. The development of consumer price index arose from a need to ensure that wages and benefits would keep up with the cost of living. The recommendations out of several commissions have led to changes in how the index is computed, changes that have major impacts on the federal budget and on the distribution of resources. Especially in recent years, alternative inflation measures have proliferated. Overall, the official price indexes represented tremendous intellectual and public achievement, despite the debates that continue to surround their use and interpretation. Only metric that should be used is the lowest one. That was a good one, though. Okay, we need all of these to be over here. Then we can get rid of these. And we need, what's this? Yeah, we'll keep that there. And we'll, and we'll put those there. And when was this written? October 7th. Yeah, we'll put that there. Do you put the game up there so that you can post stuff on post stuff to TikTok without adding it later? No, I just do it because I read boring stuff like. First of all, welcome back. I do it so like when I read boring stuff like this, it gives a more TikTok like experience, where it doesn't where people can be enjoy that. No, I don't really post to TikTok that much or anything, but. I have my AI generated clips sometimes, but they kind of suck. They're kind of ass. Smart, I know, it's genius. Almost as genius as Hot Tub's ADHD was, I told the story before, but like I used to run a Hot Tub's ADHD Twitch channel. What do I do? This was a genius idea, right? Everyone loves Hot Tub streams. What people can't do is enjoy watching long Hot Tub streams because there's simply no Subway Surfers and Minecraft parkour gameplay and slime videos. So you take three different Hot Tub streams and 2 different ADHD videos and put them on screen at the same time, and what you have is epic. You have Hot Tub's ADHD. It was beautiful. I made $200 with it. It averaged like a consistent 3 viewers. Like there would always be 3 people watching it. It would peak at like 7 to 8 viewers, like during the evening. I think evening is usually when the Kuma's Dream World. People obviously weren't watching it at broad daylight. People go to bed at some point. So like it was beautiful, 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 beautiful. Coomer's Dream channel, I know. They got rid of it. Kick didn't like it. I streamed on Kick too. Kick didn't like it either. Kick didn't mind it. The reason Kick didn't like it is because I would put it in the Hot Tubs category, and they said, it's perfectly fine. It's 100% okay if you just steal this content. You can steal this content all you want. That's okay. You just have to put it in the other watch party category. But the problem is people go to the other watch party category looking for people streaming movies and TV shows that they're not allowed to stream. People don't do that for, people don't go there for Hot Tub streams. So I would only actually get views if I was in the Hot Tub streams. I wonder if I can find this clip. I have a really funny clip of me rating Destiny from Hot Tub's ADHD, and he follows me on Kick, and then he says, wait a minute, this is a fucking bot channel, and he turns off notifications. I don't know. Oh, shoot. I don't know. I don't know. Is there a way to like see what you've clicked on YouTube? Did the boss get KGB this time for real this time? What do you mean? I don't know. I haven't heard anything about him. I saw he's gonna be on the fucking panel with me, which is cool. And I said I have someone I know there. I don't know who I know who Gibbs is. I know the guy hosting it, Westside Tyler. I don't know who the other people are. Glad to see he's alive. Apparently, I don't know. I DM'd him and I said, "Congrats." I said, "I see you're gonna be there too. Congrats, bro." He has not DM'd me back though. So, but he's in fucking. It's probably isn't it like 2 a.m. for him? He's fucking British, so. Or he lives in Britain, right? Where I think that's where he lives. I don't remember. This guy, one of these people, I clicked on all the things to check them out. This guy's like a video game reviewer or something. But true. See what you've clipped on YouTube. You can search your YouTube history. I found it.
In vaccinated. Oh my god, Hot Tubs ADHD. Hello. That sounds like the best stream ever. Yes, I will follow you. Thank you.
God, it would have worked if see like the message. Hello there, we would appreciate it if you stay in the appropriate category.
Hello there. We would appreciate if you stay in the appropriate category that matches your content. Uh-oh. What is the appropriate category? No, wait, hold on. I'm not following you. You're not even a real channel. You're just a compilation channel. Fuck you. Try to bait me with this. In vaccinated. Oh my god, Hot Tubs ADHD. Hello.
Damned. Why I didn't clip this? What? Oh, I did clip this. There's this one too.
Hot Tubs ADHD. Fuck you. Aren't you like a bot channel? I don't even know if I trust you, okay? Hot Tubs ADHD. Fuck you. Aren't you like a bot channel? I don't even know.
Unappreciative. It was like a 8 viewer raid, bro. It was like eight viewer raid. That was my yeah. That was $200 I made from that, by the way. Want to know a secret? I don't know if Destiny's still following it. My Kick channel is actually just that Kick channel renamed. Yeah, it doesn't go back far enough. Surprised he's for notification for 8 viewers. I mean, like, he doesn't have any like stream overlays like I do. Like if I get a raid, it actually gets it actually has like an overlay. He doesn't have that. It just shows up in his chat. It just says this person rated for 8 viewers. It shows up in everyone's chat. I don't think you can turn that off, but he did notice it. So I am pretty sure Destiny does still follow this channel. Does he even use Kick anymore? Didn't his deal expire or whatever? I don't even know if he uses Kick. Oh no, he still does for some reason. He got banned. I thought he got banned for a little. He got banned for like 2 hours. I was gonna. Oh. Okay, so we have these three just like quick TikTok things, which I've seen all them before, but like I write down quick bullet points to them, and then we'll look more into them later. Even though I already like know most of that stuff, but.
How much faith should we have in economic data?
Oh, of course it is. There a theater mode? Nope.
How much faith should we have in economic data when the numbers have now been admittedly botched? There's zero evidence of any botching happening. I'll show you how, and you can double check me. First, between March 2023 and March 24, we now have 800,000 fewer jobs than were previously.
Okay, I don't know. I'll just say job numbers were revised down, but this isn't evidence of botched numbers.
Previously estimated. And this number is kind of big. That's why people are talking about it. But no, we also had decent sized revisions in 2022 and in 2019 down here. And the revision back in 2009 was even bigger. Likewise, the 2006 revision was also of equivalent magnitude. And so this means.
Although the 800K downward revision was large, it's not that uncommon. He said
and in
also downward revisions in 2019 and 2022.
2019 down here, and the revision back in 2009 was even.
Revisions in the revision in 2009 was even bigger.
Bigger. Likewise, the 2006 revision was also of equivalent magnitude. And so, this means we created on average 174,000 jobs per month. This is in contrast to the previously estimated 242,000. This is still a good labor market, if slightly less strong.
Revision means we only added 174K jobs a month instead of 200 whatever
per month. This is in
242,000 instead of 242K. But this is still a strong labor market.
Contrast to the previously estimated 242,000. This is still a good labor market, if slightly less strong than before. So what's going on? Every month, the Bureau of Labor Statistics collects data from 119,000 businesses and government agencies, which represent approximately 620.
BLS collects data from 192,000.
9. So what's going on? Every month, the Bureau of Labor Statistics collects data
119,000. Businesses and government agencies.
data from 119,000 businesses and government agencies, which represent approximately 629,000 individual work sites. And they call this the Establishment Survey. This is the source where we get the monthly report.
Called the Establishment Survey. People get as mad when they use the Establishment Survey, not the household data. Hold on. We should do this / toggle heading 3. Boop. Oops. Why? Why? No.
How much faith should we have?
/ toggle. Okay. Fuck you, Notion. Why? I don't think it lets you copy from the titles. Okay. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Okay, then we'll do that for these ones too.
On Friday, Senator Marco Rubio accused the Bureau of Labor
Let's head as one. And we'll just write down a few important bullet points for each of them. And then
have an economic data when the numbers have now been admittedly botched. There's 4,000 jobs per month. This is in statistics collects 629,000 individual work sites. And they call this the Establishment Survey. This is the source where we get the monthly report for how many new jobs are created. There are two tensions in measuring macroeconomic data.
When collecting macro econ data, there's a trade-off between timeliness and accuracy.
The timeliness versus the accuracy. Timeliness means that we can publish it quickly, but it's going to be less precise. Accuracy means it is far more precise, but it's much slower to publish. The BLS does both. They publish the initial estimate.
BLS publishes initial estimates and revises them as they get more accurate data.
Estimates followed by well-scheduled revisions as they collect more data. In the first month, we get the initial estimate, that's what gets all the headlines, followed by 2 revisions in the subsequent 2 months. But then
okay, so I know then they compare the tax data. So BLS publishes the initial estimate, and then there's 2 revisions. In the next 2 months.
Then they double check this survey data with tax data. The tax data covers nearly every firm and of course is far more accurate. But this is slow to come in. Twice a year, the payroll data from the establishment survey receives another revision. We call this a benchmark. The first preliminary benchmark coming through March 2024 was released this month in August. And then there'll be a final one in February 2025. So here's the
benchmark revision. Oh my god. I don't need quotes. Oh my god, oops. I meant to add it to my dictionary so I don't type it out every time.
Question. You're a statistical agency. What should you do? Should you wait until February 2025 to release any data about the labor market in April 2023? Or should they release the estimates as they come along and then revise them as the data comes in?
I'll say it'll take until February 2025 to have all the tax data on jobs from March 2023.
And look, here's another thing. One should never rely on one source of data. The BLS also has this thing called the household survey. That's where we actually get the unemployment data.
It's more than one data source. BLS also has a household survey. In the private sector.
It's a totally different source. But also, modern computing has allowed the private sector
also collects data.
to collect data sets on the scale that historically only governments could do. The payroll company ADP publishes private employment estimates, and the private data in blue tell a similar job growth story as the government data in orange. Why are some finance bros, and particularly partisan media outlets, claiming things are botched? Because they haven't done the 10 to 20 minutes of homework to read what the BLS is doing in the first place. Repeating sensational...
Wild. I mean, the private sector data is lower, but they don't have a fucking month by month thing, which is done. They have the cumulative, but as far as I know, they don't have a month by month, which is, I mean, he got it somehow. It's got to be. I could use a Wayback Machine, I bet, but it's dumb. Maybe it's in here, actually. Employee sentiment. Wage garnishments. I'm moving to Seattle. What else is this? Okay. We'll watch fucking these tomorrow. All right. I'm done for the day. What the hell, dude? You two, I'm glad the chat sent this one. You look like the children, the kind of guy that would happily send your children off to die for Israel. Awesome, dude. That's exactly me. How did you know? How do you know? How do you know? Why don't people stream? I don't know. I only have one viewer. I can't fucking rate people anyway. Oh, what's up, Bob Marley? Welcome back right before I'm about to end stream. You're gonna enjoy this sick raid, dude. Yeah, got a kid not kin with 2 viewers, bro. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 2 viewer raid. All right. Thanks everyone who's still here or just got here, like Bob Marley, for watching. I love streaming. Love that you guys like watching me do it. Appreciate all you guys. Love all you guys. Sub to the YouTube channel if you have not already. Really need these subs, okay? Would majorly appreciate it. Yeah. I love streaming. Love to guys watch me stream. I will see you guys tomorrow. I got some cool stuff coming up. So thank you guys so much for watching. Love all you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Bye chat. Bye chat.